On the day the gates opened, the entire world fell. The number of monsters was overwhelming and their strength was too great. They were dominating humanity who had almost no strength left to resist. Countless people fell helplessly before the monsters. Only a select few were able to awaken supernatural abilities. People called them the saviors of humanity, the players. Among them, one stood out. Me, an F-rank player, Ho-gyum, known as the last savior of humanity. However, Ho-gyum was currently struggling and cursing. "Savior my ass," he thought. "I'm so screwed." During a grueling training session, the soldiers were training at full capacity. This place was called the Monster Defense Team, and all players who had awakened their skills were forced to join. With a defiant expression, our protagonist wondered, "If I'm humanity's last hope, why am I here? I don't know anything, damn it." Currently, they were training at the AMT shooting range. Weapons and armored vehicles were fully prepared. The drill instructor stood on a high platform and shouted, "We are the strongest! So how the hell did we lose 9 bullets?" Ho-gyum reached into his pocket and took something out. Not knowing what it was, he channeled his energy and put it in his mouth. The instructor, as furious as ever, reprimanded them. "Are you not in your right minds?" All the soldiers shouted in unison, "No, sir." A system window appeared before him. Notification: current manipulable metal weight is 300 gi. Ho-gyum thought, "How can I be in my right mind? This is my second time enlisting in the military." This was an image of Ho-gyum in the near future. While fighting the monsters, his battered body couldn't take it anymore, and he coughed up blood. He was the only one left standing amidst the collapse, with corpses piled up like mountains. Even the tallest buildings here couldn't remain intact. Yet somewhere in the city, explosions of all sizes were still occurring, leaving behind an incredibly brutal scene with heaps of corpses lying on piles of rubble. Despite his battered body, Ho-gyum still bared his teeth in a sadistic grin. So in the end, it wasn't monsters slaughtering humanity, but another player. The masked man began to take off his mask, his expression full of contempt. "Oh my, the last hero of humanity, the steel-eating... Oh wait, Frank Ho-gyum, isn't it? You are wrong. We are divine beings punishing humanity." Rage flared up in Ho-gyum. "Divine beings, my ass. You're just a traitor. If I had known how to get stronger just 1 year, no, even just 1 day sooner, I would have killed you easily." The man smirked upon hearing these words. "Are you that disappointed? Don't be so sad. Even if you had known sooner." Tears streamed down Ho-gyum's face as he felt so helpless he couldn't even sit up. The man continued with the same attitude. "A useless F-rank like you would have died here anyway. A death like this is the most fitting for an F-rank like you." He ordered the monster beside him to raise its giant hammer, intending to end Ho-gyum's life right there. The massive, sharp hammer was just 2 centimeters from his face. He was done for. Lying there, he screamed, "Gordon!" And that's how Ho-gyum died. He never imagined he would regress like in a novel. The system window appeared. "Congratulations. You have realized the method for growth. 9 hours and 59 minutes remaining to complete metal consumption. Current manipulable metal weight, 300 gi." The instructor was still watching the soldiers train arduously and yelling, "I will fix your rotten minds. When I say 1, you say military. When I say 2, you say discipline." It seemed Ho-gyum had reached his limit. His whole body was shaking, unable to hold on any longer. He had returned to this past, so his skills had reset to their starting point. That's fine, he thought. But looking at this grueling training again, he couldn't understand. Why the hell did I have to return to my military service days, training from morning until late afternoon, still shouting, 1, 2, 3, 4? Finally, it was dinner time. With an expression more dead than a cockroach, he saw that the menu was as always stir-fried sausage with chicken stew. He couldn't believe he was back here again. from bad to worse. When it was his team's turn to enter the mess hall, the squad leader announced, "Your team has something to do before you can eat." Ho Gyam spoke up, "But we just got back from training." The squad leader sneered. "What training?" He called Ho Gyam a failure. Ho Gyam had forgotten what a piece of trash this guy Oh Sangu was. He approached Ho Gyam with a superior attitude and asked, "So my team should do it instead? An F rank like you who can't even level up should at least know how to do some extra work. That's your duty here." Ho Gyam recalled how in his past life he thought he could never surpass F rank. Oh Sangu continued to point his finger in Ho Gyam's face, scolding him condescendingly. "Can you take responsibility if an emergency happens while we're working? Do you think you can live comfortably just because you're a private first class?" The other soldiers laughed along as if on cue. Ho Gyam couldn't believe what a failure he had been in his past life. Seeing his silence, Oh Sangu roared, "What's with that glare? Are you looking for a fight?" Energy began to gather in his hand as if he wanted to teach him a lesson. He lunged forward arrogantly. "So you really want to try something? I'm a D rank." Facing the attack, Ho Gyam remained completely calm, showing no fear. Then he smiled amicably and said, "I'll do it, but at least give us some food first." His eyes flashed with anger. "What did you just say?" Ho Gyam told him to look around at how everyone was watching him. "The others might think you're abusing your authority. I'm worried you might get caught up in some strange rumors in the future when you become a prominent figure in society. You're someone who's going to dedicate himself to the future, right?" "Of course," the man answered, scowling. He really didn't want things to turn out this way. From the side, another soldier called out, "Since it's your order, sir, we'll eat super fast and get the work done just as quickly." He became a bit flustered, stammering, all right, good." He glanced around and saw everyone was still staring at him. He tried to reassert his authority by shouting, "What are you all looking at? Get in there and eat!" Ho Gyam turned and walked away, telling the man behind him, "Baek Junmo, go on and eat. I don't really feel like it." Junmo noticed his strange attitude but didn't question it. He just glanced at him, thinking to himself, "What's with him, that kid, Ho Gyam? There's something very different about him." Ho Gyam walked to a secluded corner of the dining hall. He pressed his lips together tightly as if he had been suppressing his emotions the whole time. He praised himself. "Okay, I did well." What he had just endured was nothing compared to what that bastard had done. Just thinking about it was still infuriating. He couldn't help but curse out loud, "Gordon, you damn bastard! If I get held back for causing trouble, I won't be able to catch up to him." A system notification appeared. You can now manipulate an additional 1G. Metal consumption complete. Current manipulable metal weight 309G. He was thrilled to see this. After all, he hadn't yet shown the world that he could level up. In his hand, Ho Gyam held a handful of spoons like a trophy. Meanwhile, back in the mess hall, there was a commotion. Everyone was complaining, "Hey, where did all the spoons go? Didn't you bring them?" A soldier reported to Junmo. "Private Beck. Junmo, we have a problem. All the spoons have disappeared." No one could have imagined that Ho Gyam was the one who took the spoons, swallowing them like a monster. He even exclaimed, "The taste of this metal is so delicious." Beginning metal absorption. 12 minutes and 59 seconds remaining to complete metal consumption. Current manipulable metal weight 309G. Estimated increase after absorption 1.25G. Ho Gyam looked at the knife in his hand, calculating. An M7 knife weighs 140G. If I want to increase its weight to create more impact, I can only control one right now. A bullet casing only increases my capacity by 1G, and a spoon only by 1.25G. At this rate, it will take a long time to catch up to where I was before I died. Ho Gyam looked towards a distant tower. "Is this my only option? I guess I have 3 days to prepare." His eyes filled with the determination to defeat his enemy. "And then I have to defeat the level 1 boss monster." Ho Gyam used his power, making the knife float effortlessly in his hand. All right, let's see what an experienced person like me can do. 3 days later, at Post 5 1st Battalion 3rd Brigade, 2 guards were keeping a strict watch late at night. One of them noticed some strange activity nearby. Ho-gyam, who was planning something, glanced at him warily. The soldier still looked at him with suspicion, then curiously asked, "Private First Class Ho-gyam, you seem a little different lately. Does that make you uncomfortable?" Ho-gyam replied coldly. The soldier quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, not at all." Ho-gyam focused on the notification panel. "You can now manipulate an additional 6G. Metal consumption complete. Normal metal. Current manipulable metal weight, 1359G. The soldier behind him still wanted to explain. I think you've changed for the better." Seeing Ho-gyam coldly pick up his rifle and walk towards him, the soldier stuttered in fear. "Well, why all of a sudden?" Ho-gyam looked straight into his eyes and asked seriously, "Baek Junmo, do you trust me?" "Yes, sir," he replied hastily. Ho-gyam's eyes narrowed. "Really?" His mouth was smiling, but his hand chambered around into his rifle as he called his name again, making the soldier even more terrified. Beside the tower, a spatial vortex opened, and goblins began pouring through into the human world. They were heading for the soldiers' barracks at the foot of the mountain. Inside, everyone was sound asleep, oblivious to the danger. As the goblins advanced toward the camp, they were stopped by Ho-gyam's knife. The first one got to taste just how sharp its tip was. He was the only one there to greet the horde of goblins, but he didn't look scared at all. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying himself. The goblins also prepared to strike. Ho-gyam looked at them and smiled with excitement. "I never thought I'd be so happy to see you bastards. I've been waiting for 3 whole days." Ho-gyam's eyes focused on something. It was the goblin he had just struck, slowly getting back up. He muttered to himself, "I've never failed an ambush before. It's probably because I'm only at level 1. He spun the knife in his palm, using his power. "This is my second chance," he affirmed. "I really don't like repeating things." The goblin, having just recovered, rushed towards Ho-gyam at lightning speed. Ho-gyam stood still, waiting for it. "If you dare drop any garbage items, I'll tear you to shreds." This time he struck more carefully, but it still only took a single slash. The monster was split in 2. Ho-gyam's knife flew past it and was stopped by a large tree. The remaining goblins were eager to join the fight. Every single one of them was drooling menacingly. Ho-gyam noticed that the monster he had just killed had dropped an item. Because he knew what the future held, he immediately picked it up and shoved it into his mouth. The goblins watched this scene, utterly horrified, not understanding what was happening. After eating it, Ho-gyam didn't look very satisfied. That's right, this disgusting taste. Mana steel. He needed to eat metal to become stronger. Congratulations. You have absorbed mana steel, a metal from another world. 23 minutes and 59 seconds remaining to complete metal consumption. Current manipulable metal weight, 1359G. Estimated increase after absorption, unknown. Ho-gyam realized his mana would also be enhanced after absorption. This meant that if he ate every item he obtained from now on, this life would become much easier. Beside the goblins, another spatial vortex suddenly appeared. With a wide, eager grin, Ho-gyam retrieved his knife from the tree. He pointed it at the goblins and said, "Now then, time to devour you all." Alone with his single knife, Ho-gyam advanced on the horde. The goblins didn't hesitate to retaliate with the blades in their hands. Suddenly, Ho-gyam dashed through them, splitting them in 2. He spun around, knife in hand, and butchered them one by one. With his immense power, any monster in his path was instantly killed. Each one had its legs severed, leaving them unable to flee. Perched on an ancient tree, their leader watched intently. Naturally, it was furious seeing its troops being decimated. On the ground, the wounded goblins cried out in agonizing screeches. Ho-gyum frowned, taunting them. "Good, keep screaming." A ferocious goblin next to him brandished its blade, trying to strike him down. But how could it succeed? This was the main character after all. Ho-gyum killed it with his bare hands. The next one was beheaded in his usual butchering style, its mouth spewing green blood in a gruesome display. Ho-gyum struck various powerful poses as he fought the goblins, causing items to drop continuously, much to their fear and astonishment. He kept taunting them. "You know I died once from being attacked from behind, yet you still dare to try and attack me that way." His eyes glowed like a demon's as he glared at them. "If another bastard tries to sneak up on me, I'll eat him alive." The goblins, understanding human speech, grew terrified as they watched their comrades die horribly. Ho-gyum thought to himself, "I think I've instilled enough fear in these stupid bastards." He glanced around, searching for something a little annoyed. "This is so frustrating, but where are you? Where the hell are you hiding?" The one he was looking for was the goblin leader, a cunning boss known as the Goblin Shaman. It certainly looked the part. It was truly enraged, having witnessed him slaughter its brethren. Just then, Ho-gyum spotted an item on the ground. As if he'd struck gold, he rushed over. "There's equipment here, all right, let's get to work." Seeing the warm welcome he'd prepared, Ho-gyum was sure the shaman wouldn't miss this opportunity. A magic circle formed in the goblin shaman's hands, a special gift it was preparing for him. Ho-gyum bared his teeth in a delighted grin upon meeting a worthy opponent. "You're different from those idiots, aren't you?" "That's more like it. Your prey is right here. Come on out." Once the magic circle in its hands was complete, it hurled it directly at Ho-gyum, creating a massive explosion. Luckily, Ho-gyum managed to dodge just in time, as if he had anticipated the move. However, its spell struck its own goblins, sending them flying into the air in various poses. The explosion also caused a considerable tremor throughout the mountain. Back in the guard room, a soldier heard the commotion and reported, "Platoon leader, was that an earthquake?" The platoon leader, still half asleep, grumbled, "Are you scared you dare wake me up for such nonsense? I'll kill you." "Yes, sir." Back in the forest, the goblins that couldn't escape were impaled by sharp spikes that shot up from the ground. The lucky survivors were petrified with fear. The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, revealing the sharp spear-like spikes. The leader, seeing this, was both angry and regretful of its own foolishness. From a distance, Ho-gyum called out to it, "Found you!" He immediately launched his knife at it with tremendous force. But this leader was no pushover. It twisted and flew into the air, causing Ho-gyum's bullet to hit a tree trunk instead. "My perfect shot," he exclaimed with regret. The goblin shaman laughed mockingly at him. But it never could have imagined that Ho-gyum would launch another bullet at it with a taunt. "That was a fake, ha-ha, you idiot!" Ho-gyum's knife spun around and plunged straight into the goblin shaman's chest, leaving it utterly stunned. In the forest, the only sound was the rustling of dry leaves. Ho-gyum then saw a shocking sight that made his jaw drop. The shaman had managed to catch his knife with one hand, moving at the speed of light. Another second, and the blade would have pierced its neck. The goblin shaman's eyes blazed with fury. With the same playful tone, Ho-gyum laughed, almost speechless. "You blocked my greatsword! Looks like I really was a failure back then." The shaman gritted its teeth, clutching the knife so tightly that its hand started to bleed. Ho-gyum raised his rifle, challenging it. "You dared to send a whole gang of goblins after me, so don't you dare complain about a few scratches. Get down here, I'll take you down in one hit." He talked a big game, but deep down he was a little nervous. There were just so many of them. "I've made my move. Now what?" "The boss has revealed itself to fight me head-on, so these guys are bloodthirsty." A system warning appeared. "Warning. You have rapidly consumed mana in a short period. Only 40% of your mana remains. Please be mindful of your mana usage." Ho-gyum knew his mana was the more critical issue, but it had come to this. He wasn't afraid of anyone. He shouted, If I can't eat, I'll drag you all down with me. Even if it takes time, I'll devour every last one of you before I go back to the post." The shaman glanced back at him then. As if it had calculated something, it grinned sadistically. Suddenly, someone ran up from behind him, calling out, "Private First Class Hogyum!" Hogyum jumped worriedly, recognizing him. "It's Baek Junmo." Why was this kid still so clueless? Junmo was looking for him, calling out, "Sir, where are you?" The shaman seized the opportunity, muttering something in a strange language before attacking. It continuously launched a rain of sharp spears toward Hogyom. A smaller goblin saw its chance and quickly rushed toward Junmo with its sword. Hogyom was extremely worried that something would happen. Junmo, still not understanding the situation, could only scream in terror. Very quickly, the goblin was right in front of him, about to bring its sword down on his head. Fortunately, Hogyom fired off a few rounds in time, which slammed into the goblin and sent it flying. The moment it landed, Hogyom's knife flew towards its face. This time, it easily parried the knife with a single sword stroke. Seeing this, it smiled smugly, as if victory was at hand. But just a second later, Hogyom was there, pressing his rifle barrel straight into its throat. And that was the end for that goblin. It took a bullet straight to the mouth, no miss. The goblin flew backward, blood spewing from its mouth like a fountain. Hogyom cautiously raised his rifle, scanning for any other monsters, but there were none in sight. They had probably all escaped through the spatial vortex. He was furious that he let them get away. "This one's more cautious than I thought." Suddenly, the radio on his shoulder crackled to life. "I heard gunshots. All posts report. This is post 5. Hogyom quickly responded, "A barrier has appeared in the area. I repeat, a barrier has appeared in the area. Monsters identified as goblins. They have left the area after the initial encounter. Casualties at post 5 are 0. Report over." At the command post, there was a buzz of activity. "Report received. Post 5 soldiers stand by for orders to defend the post." Hogyom was a bit surprised, thinking of a certain woman who would soon appear. And there she was, the person he was just thinking of. 5 minutes to emergency deployment. A gate has appeared in the area. This woman was a knight from the AMT First Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha. Hogyom thought, if she shows up like she did in my past life, she'll stop that gate and take all the weapons. This weapon was called the legendary equipment Adamantium. In the past, this was the ultimate equipment that made people call me the Steel-Eating Emperor. If I miss it this time, the next chance won't be for another 4 years. If that happens, everything will be just like my past life. Hogyom's brow furrowed with determination. I have to get it no matter what. I need to finish this before the reserve team arrives. With that thought, he said to Junmo, "If they're goblins, what they need is a human sacrifice." Junmo, having just come to his senses, was terrified seeing the dead goblin beside him. But Hogyom noticed something else. "Is it the city center number? For pack hunting monsters like goblins, this population density is too high. So then..." The radio on his shoulder crackled again. "Report, this is post 6. Post 6. Hogyom figured it would be goblins. Suddenly, a light flashed from within the bushes. A grin spread across his face as if he'd struck gold. He immediately reported, "Report, this is post 5. Post 5 will provide support to post 6. But unexpectedly, a contemptuous voice came over the radio. "Did you not hear the order? Post 5 is to defend its position." What is this F-rank trying to do? Does he want to die? Not wanting to listen anymore? Hogyom turned off the annoying radio. Junmo saw his intention to go and quickly tried to stop him. "You can't do this. You'll not only be arrested but also court-martialed." Hogyom stated his reason bluntly. Post 6 is probably mages or archers, only long-range players. They can't handle goblins. They'll all be wiped out. Junmo insisted. "What can you do alone?" Private First Class Hogyom pointed at him and said seriously, "It's not just me. It's you too." Junmo was completely bewildered by this. Ho-gyum asked again, "Did you not hear me clearly?" A moment later, desperate cries for help echoed from deep within the forest. Post 6 needs assistance. Private Kim Jung-ok is down. The quick response team has been dispatched. Post 6, protect your position with your lives. At this rate, we're all going to die. The goblins are about to break into the guard tent. The goblins swarmed like ants trying to get at their prize. The two soldiers inside were struggling, not knowing how to escape. Seeing his comrade heavily wounded, one of them asked in fear, "Private Kim, are you okay?" Private Kim replied in pain, "I don't think the barrier can hold much longer. It's about time, why aren't they here yet? Maybe they're waiting for us all to die before they show up." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence outside. There were no more goblins outside the tent. Instead, rocks were floating in midair. It was the goblin shaman once again casting a spell. Quickly, the rocks, both large and small, flew straight toward the guard tent as if to blow it to smithereens. Of course, this caused them to be violently shaken inside, even more so than an earthquake. What the hell is going on? Through a crack, they recognized it was the boss. Everyone knew that after it destroyed their shelter, it would capture them, place them on an altar, and cut out their hearts while they were still alive. Private Kim pointed his rifle at his own head. The other soldier asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" Private Kim replied calmly, "It might be less painful to die now." The other soldier felt so helpless and weak that tears streamed down his face, unable to do anything. Outside, the rocks continued to rain down on the tent. The goblin shaman was in a relaxed mood as no one was bothering it. The young soldier's radio crackled to life. "Post 6, we will support you from now on. Archer Private Park, after you draw your bow, aim for the light and fire. And stay still. When you draw, add your fire-type skill. I repeat, after you draw, use your fire-type skill and just aim for the light." Immediately, the young man raised his weapon and a blazing red flame ignited at its tip. "To fight you need at least a whole unit of archers like me," he muttered. "I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Plus, I can't even see. What am I supposed to aim at?" Just then, amidst the storm of flying rocks, a brilliant light appeared. It was Ho-gyum, grabbing a goblin by the head, using it as a beacon. "Focus and shoot," he yelled. Getting impatient, he added, "I'll pull the trigger for you." Then his hand made a slight twitch, mimicking the action of pulling a trigger. The archer's weapon fired completely out of his control. He exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, the trigger moved on its own!" A flaming arrow tore through the wind and rocks. It struck its target, sending the goblin flying backward. The goblin looked at the flaming arrow in surprise, and in the next moment, it exploded into pieces in the blazing fire. System notification, you have consumed 1% of your mana. Ho-gyum grinned. "That's more like it. Now I can save mana. Plus, with the archer's firepower, this is even better." This infuriated the other goblins. The young archer, still holding his weapon, was bewildered, not knowing what would happen next. The leader was also furious, seeing its subordinate die. It began to conjure an even more powerful spell, sending the rocks flying back towards the tent. As the archer fumbled to load his crossbow, Ho-gyum's voice came again. "Archer, after you draw, aim for the light." The leader stood on a rock, outcropping, its face contorted with rage as it watched its minions explode one by one. Its eyes grew angrier, blood vessels bulging. From the bushes, a voice mumbled, "Seriously, how can a private like me fight a boss? Even if I found it wouldn't. I just have time to send a signal before I die." Junmo looked down and saw many red fires burning. He continued to mutter, "Private First Class Ho-gyum said he would just create a diversion, but it looks like he's wiped out the entire gate by himself." Suddenly, a goblin appeared before him. Not missing the opportunity, it raised its club to smash him. Junmo could do nothing but scream for help. In times like these, the main character usually appears. Ho-gyum threw his knife, knocking the club from its hand. He then rushed forward to save Junmo. With a cold face and his hand still in a trigger-pulling gesture, a flaming arrow was instantly launched at the goblin's back. Of course, its fate was the same as its comrades. It was incinerated. Junmo was astonished to see the goblin die right in front of him as others continued to burst into flames. He wondered to himself, is this Private First Class Hogyum really the same person as before? The boss still stood in one place, not having made a move, but its face was full of fury. "You've shown off enough. Now come out, you clever little thing." Just then, a system notification appeared. "Warning, your mana is decreasing rapidly. Please be mindful of mana usage. Mana at 12%. Carefully consider your remaining mana before acting. Warning, you have very little mana left." This made Hogyum frown. "You want me to wait to avoid running out of mana while my subordinates are falling one by one." Suddenly a voice called to him from the radio. It was one of the soldiers caught by the boss to be used as a threat. Junmo was terrified at being taken hostage. "I'm sorry, I swear I did everything you ordered." Hogyum was preparing to throw his knife, but this time the boss was in control. It pressed a sharp arrowhead against Junmo's neck, drawing blood. Its mouth was likely speaking a strange language to threaten him. Hogyum had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. Two other goblins ran up behind him. He had to lower his knife and raise his hands in surrender. His voice held a hint of blame. "Baek Junmo, in the end, this is all because of you." At the same time, the two goblins behind him leaped forward, ready to strike his head. But Hogyum was ready, raising his hand to pull the trigger with a bright smile on his face. "It has no way out." The weapon in Junmo's hands spun around and aimed directly at the boss. A continuous stream of shots fired, knocking it back. Its mouth was now spewing green blood. The other two goblins couldn't do anything as Hogyum had already dashed away at the speed of light. As he ran, he called out, "Baek Junmo." Lying next to the goblin, he answered fearfully, "Yes, Private Baek Junmo here." Hogyum's voice was full of excitement as he looked ahead. "All right then, I wish you a delicious death." He ran, throwing his spinning knife after the heavily wounded boss. However, when the knife hit its back, it bounced off. Hogyum realized with frustration, this thing is wearing armor. The system warned him again. "Warning, your mana is decreasing rapidly. Please be mindful of mana usage. Mana at 9%. Carefully consider your remaining mana before acting." Even at a time like this, Hogyum was still laughing at it. "You only wear armor on your back, huh?" It was just a little further from the spatial vortex. Its face showed clear haste and a hint of fear. Hogyum was also surprised when the gate appeared. He screamed, not wanting this to happen at all, but it was too late. He was still some distance away and couldn't stop it. The boss was just one step away from reaching the gate. He saw the boss's necklace begin to glow. Hogyum realized it was made of steel. "Warning, your mana is at 7%. He hurriedly reached out, grabbing the necklace. Mana at 3%. He had to drag it back. Mana at 2%. Finally, he wrestled it to the ground. "That's enough. Just lie still and let me..." Using his last 1% of mana, he drove his knife straight into its face. It seemed he had succeeded this time, as the monster couldn't run anywhere. His mana was now at 0%. Hogyum stood panting, exhausted. His abilities were unchanged, but this damn body... In this past life, I really need to train more. Suddenly, a pillar of light erupted beside him. Hogyum recognized it as holy light. The one emitting it was the woman Seo Yun-ha. Seeing her appear spelled trouble. He quickly rummaged through the leader's body looking for the goods, but couldn't find anything. Finally, he pulled a crystal from its heart. At that moment, a notification announced that they had found the gate. Just as Hogyum put half of the crystal in his mouth, two soldiers pointed their guns at him. "Hands up, don't move, or we'll shoot. State your name and rank." Hogyum managed to swallow the crystal just in time. "Private First Class Hogyum," he said. Beside him, Yunha announced, "There's an injured person here. Bring a stretcher now. The gate is still open, so the enemy is definitely still inside." Seo Yunha looked at them skeptically. 4 ordinary soldiers took down a boss. Seeing the boss's severed head, she was slightly surprised. Coupled with the fact that all the monsters had identical injuries, she immediately concluded this was definitely the work of just one person. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have absorbed the legendary item, adamantium. Warning. The body will take some time to fully absorb a metal, 9 hours and 48 minutes until complete absorption. Current manipulable metal weight, 400 da. Hogyam grinned like he'd just had a bumper crop. The metal you have absorbed is a reinforcement type. After absorption, you will gain magical skills similar to the reinforcement type. Estimated increase in weight and mana after absorption is currently undetermined. However, the increase in weight and mana may be rapid compared to your current values. Hogyam's smile immediately caught her eye. He can still smile at a time like this, she thought. The system popped up again. Congratulations, immediately after absorbing a legendary item, a rare type skill has appeared. You can now detect all metals within the range of your control skill. Finally, he had gotten it back. At the same time, someone reported 2 goblins are running towards post 6. He could feel the magnetic field of the surrounding metal resonating. It turned out there was a group of people nearby carrying iron shields and weapons. This made Hogyam smile wider than ever. Today is the day the steel-eating emperor officially returns. A few days after the incident at the 3rd Brigade 1st Battalion's camp gate, 2 soldiers were talking. I heard the rumor about the F-ranker is true. I heard it from the staff sergeant himself. The others were ready to die, but suddenly, an F-rank private appeared with a huge sword and started slashing the goblins. The other woman couldn't believe it. How is that possible? This isn't a fairy tale. Another person who overheard the story became annoyed. Man, the atmosphere here sucks. Hey, do you really expect me to believe that nonsense? He was Sergeant O Sangu, a mage from the Special Intelligence Magic Division and leader of Squad 2. The soldier next to him raised his hand to report. It's true, sir! A large, heavy-set man told him to lower his voice. The soldier trembled with fear and quickly apologized. The big man stepped closer, intimidating him further. Sergeant O Sangu hasn't dismissed you yet, and you've already lowered your hand. The soldier was so scared that sweat dripped from his face. This was Private Park Hanel, a fire specialist archer from the 6th Guard Post. Sergeant O Sangu frowned and called out, Hey, can you tear a goblin apart with your bare hands? Could you take 3 other guys and attack a gate? The big muscular man replied, I can't, sir. He was Private Lee Gixol from the N-Bank Close Combat Team, a high-level specialist in A rank who was considered S-rank level. The sergeant was very pleased with this answer. Right, I didn't see them take down the monsters with my own eyes, so I think they were just stragglers from the main goblin horde. But if an F-ranker really did go crazy like that, it's a real threat to military order. Seeing this, Lee Gixol was very pleased and smiled slyly. That's right, we cannot allow disorder in the military ranks, sir. Inside the battalion commander's office, those present that day were reporting on the incident. Hogyam raised his hand in a salute. Private First Class Hogyam, I am here because I have a matter to resolve in the battalion commander's office. He thought, if things went so smoothly, they could have just turned a blind eye. Why did they have to call me here? This woman was also present. She was First Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha, the Dark Knight, a B-rank player. The red-haired man was First Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a mage from the Offensive Magic Division, a C-rank player. The First Lieutenant, with a very serious face, spoke loudly. Comrade, is it true that you disobeyed a direct order and deliberately engaged the first wave of the gate? This was the battalion commander Major Kim Kang-sok, a cleric also known as the Namsan Mountain King, a B-rank player ranked 166th in Korea. Hogyam sighed slightly. If I misspeak, I'll definitely be suspended immediately. Calm down. At worst, I'll just be sent to the guardhouse. With that thought, he carefully reported, "Yes, that is correct, sir. I saw the gate erupt while on duty and reacted immediately." The first lieutenant continued, "I've read the report, but I still don't understand. In a normal situation, an F-rank soldier like you would have been torn to shreds." Ho-gyum felt an immense pressure. If he backed down now, his military career would be ruined. This felt incredibly unfair. So he decided to speak up boldly. "I feel like I've been deceived by you, sir." Battalion Commander Lee Min-hee quickly tried to stop him. "How dare you speak to the battalion commander like that?" But the commander said nothing, simply asking, "Why do you think that Ho-gyum explained with flawless logic? Every time you trained us, you emphasized this. You repeated it time and time again. Do you remember?" The words he always spoke were, "No matter how low your rank is, if you follow our military's monster strategy, even a D rank no, even an E rank can fight them. According to your training, even an F rank like me might struggle against a single monster, but goblins are not impossible. While it's true I went against a direct order, if I hadn't gone to help Post 6, all the N-Bank members would have died." After speaking, Ho-gyum felt quite proud of himself. The logical part was done. Now for the emotional appeal. He recounted the commander's words. "Therefore, every F-rank soldier is still a soldier. Always be ready to fight with all your might. That is what you always emphasized. So as a true soldier under a commander, I have always respected. I utilized what I was trained to do and did my best to carry it out with my fellow soldiers when our lives were threatened. The only reason I could stand firm when looked down upon as an F rank was because of your words, battalion commander. That is the only reason. So when you deny that, I feel as if my entire career has been a lie. That's why I feel like I've been deceived." The story was that Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok, as soon as he was commissioned as a second lieutenant, the gates began to open. He almost lost his life in a great battle, but returned to the army without hesitation and became a core member of the early AMT. In other words, he was a true soldier. I've said that I took his words as my creed and risked my life for my comrades. How could he dare suspend me? The commander suddenly stepped forward and placed both hands on his shoulders. "I understand. Is that your conviction? Ho-gyum, Private First Class?" He quickly stated his name. Hearing these moving words, the battalion commander made a decision. "Considering your actions, you will be promoted to corporal." The system quickly congratulated him. "Congratulations on completing absorption. You have met a special condition and acquired a new skill. Skill information. Name, bronze body. Iron bones, rank D. Effect, use 5 mana to temporarily reinforce a part of the body. If a certain amount of high-hardness mana steel is consumed, the skill rank will increase. Manipulable metal weight. 25 feet G. Ho-gyum couldn't have expected this. He was still dumbfounded. So were Min-hee and Eun-ha. They were astonished to witness this scene. Seeing the commander staring at him, Ho-gyum was so scared that sweat poured down his face. He even thought he had misheard. Later in the training room of the 3rd Brigade 1st Battalion, Ho-gyum was lifting a dumbbell weighing several dozen kilograms while cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I've gotten myself into trouble." Every move he made was being watched. 2 men were observing him clearly, plotting something dirty. Ho-gyum recalled what happened earlier in the commander's office. Min-hee had repeatedly told the commander, "You can't do that, sir. The AMT has never had an F-rank non-commissioned officer before." Thanks to First Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, he had time to say he would consider it. "But I should keep a low profile for a while to avoid drawing attention." The bulky guy Lee Gik-sol walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked with a fake smile, "Hey, Private Ho-gyum, are you done with the weights?" "I'm not finished yet," Ho-gyum said. He couldn't understand why the guy was still grinning like that. Annoyed, he asked, "What do you want?" With one hand, The man effortlessly lifted the dumbbell and yelled in his face, "The most famous person these days, and you're only lifting this much. You're bringing shame to our unit." Hearing the loud voice, everyone in the training room turned their attention to them. Ho-gyam noticed the group in front of him, the big guy's squad, laughing at him. He recognized one of their faces. It was that trash Oh Sang-gu. "I knew he'd publicly bully me just like in my past life. What a pain." Ho-gyam had just decided not to cause any trouble, but trouble seemed to find him anyway. He told the guy, "I'm in a bad mood. Perfect timing. If you've got the guts, let's have a one-on-one." Ho-gyam challenged him without fear. This surprised both of them. Soon the entire barracks was buzzing with the news. "Hey, Giksol and that F-rank private are about to fight." Quickly, the two were facing each other on a platform surrounded by 500 cheering brothers wondering who would win. Giksol seemed very confident. He provoked Private Ho-gyam time to teach you a lesson. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward with a fist twice the size of Ho-gyam's. Ho-gyam also prepared to block his attack. Outside the camp gate, two men were talking. "What Choi Ian Run is on leave. I heard he has the potential to become a sword saint. I had such high hopes." Lee Min-hee tried to comfort him. "Warrant Officer Young Sergeant Choi Ian Run is indeed our current ace, but there's another one who's considered the next generation ace of the N-Bank unit." This was Warrant Officer Jung Min-ho, a tactical training officer from the Black Fox unit. The Black Fox unit was an elite special forces unit of the AMT. Apart from its name, everything about it was a national secret. Lee Min-hee suggested, "Sir, you came all this way. It would be a shame to go back empty-handed. Since you're already here, would you like to take a look?" Inside, Ho-gyam was struggling to block Giksol's punches. He continuously punched at him, but no matter how he attacked, Ho-gyam dodged skillfully until he was knocked back against the barrier. Giksol took the opportunity to press him with a barrage of violent fists. Caught by surprise, it was uncertain if Ho-gyam could dodge this attack. The spectators' faces showed their surprise. Luckily, with his agility, Ho-gyam managed to duck and evade the blow. Having missed, Giksol turned his head and glared at him. Ho-gyam raised two fingers and smirked back provocatively. Giksol was infuriated by this expression. The two began a rhythmic dance before clashing again. Below, Min-hee was introducing the match to the warrant officer. "Warrant Officer Young, you came at the perfect time. We have a selection match right now." Min-hee asked for his opinion. "What do you think, sir? Every blow lands like a thunderclap." The warrant officer commented, "What's the use if it doesn't hit the opponent?" Min-hee argued, "Because the other guy has no experience, he's holding back. If he landed a serious blow, he'd probably end up in the hospital." From below, a man ground his teeth in frustration and yelled, "Hey Lee, Giksol, you're playing around too much. Fight properly." "Is this a joke to you?" "That's right, you brat, I'm counting on you." On the stage. Giksol wanted to curse the crowd below. He was also helpless. "Damn it, why is my body so heavy? It's hard to move, let alone fight." But he still had to charge forward and continue fighting Ho-gyam. His metal-filled boots were being controlled by Ho-gyam. With this ability, he made his opponent's feet sink half a meter into the ground. But Giksol's hands still tried to reach him. He was completely bewildered. Why is this happening? No matter how much he punched, he couldn't reach him. Ho-gyam was delighted. He must feel like he's fighting in a swamp. Finally, Giksol had to wave his hand for a timeout. "Wait, my legs feel a little strange." Ho-gyam took this opportunity to taunt him. "What's wrong? Want to run away?" Giksol's forehead creased with so many wrinkles from anger, he had no smooth skin left. "You damn F-rank piece of trash!" His whole body seemed to erupt with power, forcing Ho-gyam to brace himself to stay standing. Below, the crowd had expressions of both shock and excitement, eager to see how the fight would continue. He was growing larger as his body was enhanced, becoming a berserker. His eyes also turned fiery red like a living demon. This time, Ho-gyam also focused more seriously on the battle. The warrant officer below had to think, a full-body enhancement like this, This isn't a normal match anymore. But the opponent, his eyes show no hesitation at all, like an angry buffalo fighting a leopard that's deliberately hiding its fangs, waiting for the right moment. Then he exclaimed, "How interesting!" Lee Min-hee, standing beside him, quickly added, "I told you, sir, that kid Gixol is no ordinary person. It's the first time I've ever seen a D-rank do a full-body enhancement." Gixol stood confidently opposite Hogyom. "Let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew off the ground as if he could transform. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Hogyom and delivered a powerful punch. This time, he couldn't dodge and was sent flying backward into the barrier. Gixol's brothers below cheered openly. "That's it! That's it! Lee Gixol is on a completely different level. He's not called the next generation ace for nothing." But surprisingly, he looked at his own pained hand and thought, "What is this? It feels like I just punched solid steel." Hogyom had also used Bronze Body. Bronze Body was a skill that turned a part of the body into steel. Hogyom was even more confident than him. "This time, I'll counterattack, you piece of meat." He raised his two mischievous fingers again, beckoning him closer like a dog. Unable to control his anger, Gixol roared, "You F-rank bastard!" This time, Hogyom lunged forward and wrapped his arms around his stomach. He felt it was a waste to use this skill on an idiot like him. Hogyom continued by sweeping his leg back and kicking his knee. "You arrogant fool, just because you have some strength. You said you were going to teach me a lesson, right? Instead, you're going to regret this." The end result was him lying on the ground, holding his head, getting pummeled by Hogyom without missing a single punch. Gixol's brothers couldn't boast anymore. Only the warrant officer was satisfied with the result. The leopard has finally shown its fangs. Hogyom put all his strength into punching the bag of meat, but it still wasn't enough. This scene made the officer imagine the leopard had bitten the buffalo's neck. "If you're a beast, you can't ignore the neck, the opponent's weak spot, right? Bite his windpipe." Gixol suddenly jumped up, grabbing Hogyom's collar and lifting him into the air. He had been punched black and blue, but was still smug. "You cowardly bastard. I don't know what kind of trick you're trying to pull, but you should forget about it." As he spoke, he grabbed him, preparing to throw him to the ground. Hogyom grimaced, not knowing how he would land. Just before hitting the ground, he had an idea and clung tightly to his arm. He used all his strength to twist his large hand like a screw. Because his hand was now shortened, he couldn't slam him down. Plus, with both legs wrapped around his neck, he couldn't breathe. This was highly praised by the warrant officer. If he just slammed his opponent down, he would have broken his own arm. He reacted better than I thought. But against a berserker in a full-body enhancement state, a normal chokehold shouldn't work. Did I have too high expectations for him? Gixol still looked down on him like a fly. He cursed, "Are you struggling to survive? You think you can break my arm like this?" As he was about to choke him, Hogyom was faster, grabbing his pinky finger and bending it backward. Gixol knew what he was trying to do with his finger. Unable to bear the pain, he had to let go. Hogyom quickly jumped up to dodge a punch from his other hand. This time, he was in a dominant position, grabbing his hair. Hogyom used both hands to choke him from behind. The warrant officer, seeing this, smiled and praised him. A spinning transition into a chokehold. That's it. If you apply strong pressure to the carotid artery, you can neutralize the threat, because N-bank users only focus on enhancing their muscles with full-body enhancement. Though in pain, Gixol was still stubborn. "Is this all you've got? Try using your strength to escape." Hogyom just smiled coldly, as if he were in control. "Next, I have to teach him some manners." When he used Bronze Body, his two arms, now like steel, clamped tightly around his neck. Even if Gixol used his enhancement, he couldn't escape. Warning. The scope of the full-body enhancement has exceeded its current limit. Hogyom had used so much power that his whole body was crackling with electricity like lightning. The system warned again. Warning. Exceeding the limit may cause destruction to the user's body. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, his brothers below looked at Oh Sang-gu. Aren't you going to stop them with Geek Soul's personality? He will never surrender. Ho-gyam's eyes were now bloodshot. He was doing all this to give Oh Sang-gu a warning. Of course, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat seeing Ho-gyam's transformation. Geek Soul's whole body trembled in pain. He really didn't want to lose to someone he considered trash like this, and to lose so miserably in public. He still had delusions of grandeur, considering himself the ace of the future generation. Because of that thought, he no longer cared about his own well-being. His body was enhanced again, becoming even larger to the point that his clothes burst. However, Ho-gyam still held his neck tightly without letting go. This surprised the warrant officer. Amazing. A D rank with a double full-body enhancement. But if he can't escape that chokehold, the outcome is that he'll just strangle himself. Who is the predator here? Both Ho-gyam and Geek Soul let out fierce roars. Finally, Geek Soul's abnormally large body collapsed to the ground. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see who the winner was. The warrant officer was very satisfied with the result he had expected. He truly saw Ho-gyam as a beast. Geek Soul's brothers were very worried about him. One ran up to check on him, another to feel him. Fortunately, he was still breathing, apparently just passed out. No one could understand how Ho-gyam could have taken down this monster. Only one young man was very happy with Ho-gyam's victory. "Corporal Ho-gyam, I knew you would win." Junmo ran to Ho-gyam and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? I was so worried." Before he could finish, Ho-gyam stopped him. Ho-gyam angrily turned his head to look straight at Oh Sang-gu, but he didn't dare meet his gaze and looked away. Ho-gyam couldn't hide his anger and continued to stare at him. The warrant officer was still standing there. He approached and asked, "What's your name?" Ho-gyam recognized him and answered clearly, "I am Corporal Ho-gyam, 1st Platoon." He didn't understand why this person was here at this time. The warrant officer also raised his hand in a military salute. "I am Warrant Officer Young Min-ho from the Red Tactical Training Center Black Fox Unit. That was quite an impressive duel." Min-ho seriously handed Ho-gyam a business card as an invitation, asking, "Are you interested in a Special Operations Unit?" The others all recognized it. "That's the Black Fox Unit. He's being recruited by the strongest unit in the AMT, isn't he?" "Is that even possible?" Ho-gyam answered him bluntly. "I'm sorry, but I'm just an F-rank player." He replied that rank was just a standard set by ordinary people. "We need a strong soldier like you." In his heart, Ho-gyam just wanted to refuse immediately. "From one thing to another, they all want me to stay in the military. It's a strict environment." He still held the card out in front of him. "Do you intend to join?" Ho-gyam just thought, "I'm sure that when I face the villainous military team in the future, I'll be held back. The Special Forces, huh?" So he took the card and thanked him for his consideration. "I'll think about it for a while." For now, he wanted to keep his distance. Witnessing this made Oh Sang-gu furious. Late at night in the battalion commander's office, the battalion commander and the warrant officer were sitting and talking. "So how is the Black Fox unit these days? No problems." "It's always difficult on our end because we're always short-staffed. These days, as soon as someone reaches C rank, the guilds recruit them, so there's nothing we can do. We put our hearts into training N-bank talent only for them all to be taken by outsiders, so we share the same fate." That remark made them glare at each other. The battalion commander broke the tension with a loud laugh. "So, you came here for Sergeant Choi Ian Run." The warrant officer also smiled brightly. "That's right. But it seems he's on leave. Thanks to that, I found an equally interesting soldier." In the warrant officer's mind, only the image of Ho-gyam appeared. This statement made the battalion commander think hard. "An interesting soldier? Who could that be?" Outside on the training ground, Ho-gyam was still running tirelessly. The battalion commander stood above, watching him. He made a phone call to someone. "Find out what Corporal Ho-gyom did before he enlisted." The young man Junmo continued to stick to Ho-gyom, not leaving his side for a second. This time he ran up and hugged him determinedly, asking, "How do I become strong, sir?" Ho-gyom impatiently pushed him away. "Don't cling to me, kid. I'm tired right now." The moment he let go, Junmo chased after him again. "I want to be like you, sir," Ho-gyom snapped. "Like what? Can't you see I'm doing pointless frog jumps?" The battalion commander was still on the phone. He wanted to deal with Ho-gyom's matter first. When he hung up, he looked at Ho-gyom and apologized. "My apologies, comrade. This is not my fault, but entirely." The next day, Ho-gyom was in the battalion armory. Seo Eun-ha was also there and told him, "The battalion commander has acknowledged your meritorious service, and as a reward for disobeying orders is granting you a weapon and leave." But the platoon leader didn't believe he had actually done it. Ho-gyom was as bored as a cockroach. "He's still so difficult. This life isn't much different." He spoke up. "Whether you believe it or not, I did it, didn't I?" The woman turned to look at him and remarked, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? From my assessment, the goblins at the gate were all killed with a similar single slash. This means that one guard single-handedly stopped the first wave of attack. Don't you think so?" Ho-gyom didn't answer the question. Instead, he picked up a wooden sword. "I'll choose this sword." Seeing this, Eun-ha looked at him questioningly. "Don't just choose randomly. It's as if I'm forcing you. Think carefully and choose again." But Ho-gyom insisted he was very satisfied with this sword. The sword's name was Cloud Sword. Its ability was to absorb water and create a mist to blind the opponent. Right now, it looked like an ugly miscellaneous item, but later, Sergeant Choi Ian Run would be revered as a sword saint because of it. The sword's true name was Cloud Hidden Blade from the Dangun myth. The three weather gods descended with Hwanung, the god of wind, the god of rain, and the god of clouds. Among them, the god of clouds with his sword called the Hidden Blade accomplished many things. Cloud Hidden Blade is understood as the blade hidden in the clouds, or in other words, lightning. If one could harness its potential, they could wield the power of lightning strong enough to single-handedly raid a medium-sized monster dungeon. The combination of steel and lightning was perfect. Ho-gyom had to apologize to the future, for he had taken it this time. Seo Eun-ha, standing beside him, still looked down on the sword. "My goodness, such an incredible achievement, and you only take that flimsy sword?" Ho-gyom didn't explain much, only saying he was satisfied with his choice. There's no more time to think. Suddenly, an emergency occurred. An announcement was made. "Gate alarm at Itan. All sleeping soldiers get up and prepare for action." Seo Eun-ha observed his every move without missing a detail. Why is he so calm, so composed, as if he knew this would happen? Down in the streets, many armored soldiers appeared. Everyone who saw the scene exclaimed, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen the Yonghua Guild. I heard the support for this gate is from Yonghua. Look at that armor and weapons. They're all luxury brands. If I sold that coat, I could buy a building in Gangnam. If I get discharged, I'll definitely join Zhenghua." Ho-gyom's Squad 6 had also fully assembled. He spoke clearly to his team members. "As you heard from the deputy leader this time, it's a Koban gate. Even the small monsters can cause more casualties than the orc battle because they mainly use poison needles and gas to attack. But do not roll up the sleeves of your combat uniforms on the battlefield." Another guy asked, "Do we really need to be this careful?" "This is a real situation," Ho-gyom replied. "Do you want to get your eye gouged out by a kobold?" Of course, the young man had to answer no. Ho-gyom continued to instruct them. "To prepare for the poison gas, remember to check and ensure you can easily put on your gas mask in an emergency." Behind Ho-gyom, two men snickered. The trash squad is also having a strategy meeting. Anyone would think it's a support platoon racing to join the fight. The support platoon was a non-combat unit composed of low-rank players with no potential for growth. Hogyam frowned and glanced at them. Hey, Kwak Jincheon kobolds often leave their territory during dungeon raids to attack. Don't be so relaxed and make sure you check your gas masks. The two still showed open contempt. Hogyam, do we need you to teach us? Do we look inexperienced? Do we have time to listen to such advice? Hogyam didn't bother arguing, just saying, I've made myself clear. The two walked away, replying with a sneer, Yes, sir, Captain of Trash Squad number 2. His team members were genuinely disgusted to hear these words. Seeing this, Hogyam immediately boosted their morale. How many times have we heard those words? Right now we are in a real situation where we could die at any moment. Don't be afraid. The team members all shouted loudly and clearly, Yes, sir. Hogyam held an item in his hand. The kobold monsters are quite small, so this motion sensor must be attached to all drains and narrow passages. Complete this task in 20 minutes. Begin. As all the members ran off, he called Junmo to stay. The other members talked among themselves. After that incident, Corporal Hogyam is a bit sensitive today, isn't he? Yeah, he looks serious today. Junmo stood before Hogyam completely bewildered. Seeing Hogyam staring at him, Junmo asked shyly, Is something wrong, sir? Just as Hogyam was about to ask, What did you just say? An arrow pierced his neck. It seemed to be poisoned, causing his nerves to go haywire and his whole body collapsed to the ground. At the same time, gas bombs were dropped on the city. Everyone had to quickly put on their gas masks. Taking advantage of the chaos, the monsters swarmed out, gutting people one by one. The big problem was that Hogyam, having been hit by the poisoned arrow, was lying motionless on the ground. A monster targeted him. Unexpectedly, it was a gigantic boss. Hogyam's eyes showed clear worry, as he was unable to do anything. Just 2 centimeters more, and the monster would have gouged out his eye. But fortunately, someone flew in and slammed into it, sending it flying. It was the young man Junmo who asked worriedly, Are you okay, sir? Although the monster was knocked away, its blade had left a diagonal slash across his face. It was still watching them intently. This time it was determined not to miss. Hogyam, holding his mask, saw it behind him and told Junmo, Run! He still didn't understand and wanted Hogyam to put on his gas mask. Those were his last words before the monster severed his head from his neck. Hogyam could only scream helplessly, No, Baek Junmo! It turned out this was all just him remembering his past life. Fortunately, Junmo was still standing cluelessly in front of him. In his previous life, Junmo was killed by the monster because he had saved him. 2 soldiers nearby reported, Sensor installation complete. We need to bring more sensors. Only Hogyam knew that the fierce battle of the dungeon gate was about to begin today. Soon after Hogyam called out Junmo, Junmo responded enthusiastically. Please give your orders, sir. Whatever it is, I will obey. I will send you a combat signal later. You are to lead the members of the battalion out of the combat zone. Junmo was still confused. Just then, a tank drove up. Now he realized. So this isn't an armed desertion. Desertion is when a soldier leaves their designated post with the intent to evade military duty. It is subject to legal punishment and armed desertion, while possessing a firearm is considered a heinous crime, carrying a basic sentence of 5 years or more in prison. But Hogyam said, No, this is a tactic. A little later, reports flooded in. Delta Team reporting sectors 1 and 3 are clear. Phi Team reporting sectors 4, 5, and 6 are clear. Gamma Team reporting all clear in the initial phase of the operation. Beta Team reporting a kobold nest has been found in Sector 2, Subsector B9. Estimated 200 kobolds. The soldiers gathered in one place and used their shields to form a perimeter preventing the monsters from reaching them. Waiting for them to get close, the soldiers waited for the right moment and then fired. The shields spewed out jets of fire, incinerating the monsters and turning them to ash. On Ho-gyam's side, he was still busy placing sensors in the sewers. All set up. Lee Min-hee walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm installing motion sensors as instructed and marking their positions with aluminum tape." Lee Min-hee thought this was too expensive and told him not to worry too much. The Young Hwa Guild had to send troops just to deal with a kobold gate. The first platoon will deploy in 20 minutes, so the support platoon must provide detox kits or a source of antidote. With a serious gaze, Ho-gyam said loudly, "The mission our support platoon received from the platoon leader is to prevent the monsters from running towards the residential area in the rear." Hearing his loud voice, the surrounding soldiers took notice. "The second platoon leader again. Why does he have to shout like that?" Lee Min-hee looked at everyone with an embarrassed expression. He gritted his teeth, feeling disrespected, then frowned and said to Ho-gyam, "The platoon leader was nice to you just once, and now you think you can do whatever you want. You have no life experience at all. This is just one urban gate. Who are you lecturing? Can't you relax your face?" Another woman, hearing the loud voices, ran over and asked, "What's wrong?" Second platoon leader. She was Choi Sun-ha, a sergeant, a healer class C-rank player. Lee Min-hee was still trying to berate him. "I'm the commander of the support platoon." Ho-gyam thought, "Because I'm here, he's become less aggressive. This is First Lieutenant Lee Min-hee's weakness." Min-hee suddenly put his arm around his neck and laughed loudly. "It seems the support platoon doesn't quite grasp the situation on the front lines. I'm trying to explain to him what a real battlefield is like." Suddenly his face turned red. He asked the woman, "But what's wrong, Sun-ha?" As if remembering something, she announced, "The battalion commander is calling for Corporal Ho-gyam." Ho-gyam was also wondering what was going on. On top of the tallest building in the city, Seo Yun-ha was observing everything with binoculars. Her gaze fell on the conversation between Ho-gyam and Sun-ha. Sun-ha was comforting him. "Don't worry too much about what the second platoon leader said." "Okay," Ho-gyam said. "Right now there are too many important things to do." She playfully interrupted him with a bright smile. "I'm in charge of installing the sensors, so let me handle it. Then we'll get out of here quickly." He shyly turned away without replying because time was running out. He also didn't know what the battalion commander was thinking. The man standing next to Yun-ha spoke up. "That's what I mean. We are the direct assault force under the battalion commander's orders. Is it true that we were summoned for this kobold raid for that reason?" Yun-ha could do nothing else, as it was the battalion commander's order. As soldiers, we simply have to follow orders. At the temporary command post of the battalion commander, Ho-gyam had arrived. The commander's face was extremely serious. Warrant Officer Min-ho was also here. Ho-gyam stood before them, not knowing what they wanted. He got straight to the point. "I want to test you once. Since Choi Ian-run is on leave, you will temporarily take on the role of 1st Platoon's commander and carry out the support assault mission at the gate." In his mind, he was struggling. "The guy who never cared about me in my past life just said what I don't have time for this. Get a grip, man." And he thought for a moment and then said, "Sir, since I was assigned to this platoon, I have only carried out support and assistance missions. I cannot accept putting the lives of the 1st Platoon members at risk for such a dangerous test. It's not even a training exercise, but a real combat situation." But whatever he said was meaningless because the battalion commander just let out a single word: "This is an order." Ho-gyam had no more words to object. Just then a report came in. "The boss has left its nest. Evacuation zone is transitioning from Phase 2 to Phase 3. Ho-gyam knew the monsters would soon attack the support platoon. "If I don't go now, the rear defense line will be breached." He really wanted to leave immediately, so he made a decision and spoke to the battalion commander. He also allowed him to speak. After a moment of silence, he finally voiced his thoughts. On Seo Yun-ha's side, she was observing when she saw him run out of the platoon leader's room. This surprised her a little. Hogyum, meanwhile, was running headfirst, shouting, "Support platoon, watch out for the gas!" The space in the city began to shift. Alarms blared loudly. Everyone only had time for a single glance before gas bombs rained down on the city. The area was enveloped in a thick fog and nothing could be seen. Hogyum was a bit confused because it had come much faster than he remembered. Back in the battalion commander's room a moment earlier, Hogyum got straight to the point. "I heard that you lost all the members of your unit on your very first mission." The commander's face remained unchanged, though the warrant officer was a bit startled to hear the question. Hogyum continued, "It's hard to believe that I, coming from the support platoon, would be treated like a disposable soldier. Yet, sir, you order me to participate in a real battle just to test me. Does our esteemed battalion commander also see ordinary soldiers as disposable items?" The battalion commander said seriously, "You are mistaken. In that case, you will follow the assault platoon under my command." Hogyum replied, "If that is the battalion commander's order, I will obey." He couldn't say that he knew the future. "This feeling, my chest hurts." Before actually fighting, he had to voice his precautions. "However, because I lack practical combat experience, especially in leading a platoon, which I have never done before, there is a high probability of casualties. I am grateful that the battalion commander has placed his trust in me, but if the price is the lives of my comrades, then I must disobey the order." This statement suddenly made the battalion commander fall into deep thought. The warrant officer, thinking he had gone too far, said loudly, "Corporal, disobeying an order during wartime is punishable by death. Are you aware of what you just said?" "Of course, who wouldn't know if I don't go? Now the entire rear line will die." After a moment of thought, the battalion commander finally spoke. "All right. In that case, you will carry out your original mission in the support platoon as planned today." In his heart, he just wanted to scream, "That's our battalion commander for you." However, he continued, "However, as a true soldier, the punishment for disobeying an order will be carried out in the future and each individual will bear the consequences themselves." Back in the present, as everyone was enveloped in the gas, Hogyum quickly put on his gas mask. "This damn army is disgusting." First, he took out his cloud sword. Then he poured water on it, causing it to emit an ethereal mist. Currently, visibility was completely nullified by the poison gas. Ahead, he saw the silhouette of something. He just hoped this wouldn't happen like it did in his past life. "Junmo, please take the others and run." On the other side, a soldier was being attacked by a monster. Although his stomach was gushing blood, his mouth repeatedly called out, "Baek Junmo, help!" Junmo, standing somewhere, heard the call. He immediately aimed his gun at them. "You bastard, get away from him!" But before he could shoot, Junmo had drawn the monster's attention. It leaped away, leaving the wounded man behind. Inside a military container, Junmo told everyone, "Support platoon, get Minty inside the box quickly." Another young man quickly ran to help the injured soldier. Gunshots and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the young woman Sunha trembled with fear. Junmo told her to go treat the wounded, but she just crouched on the ground holding her head and shaking. Junmo felt some sympathy for her, as she was only 20 years old. He knew this was her first time in combat after being assigned to this squad. Even he himself felt no less shaky. Because he was just a grunt in this support platoon. He couldn't think of any other way. Suddenly voices called out, "Private Baek Junmo, we're out of ammunition. This is my last magazine." Junmo closed his eyes, not knowing what to do next. The thought of death crossed his mind. But then, a flicker of light, he thought of Hogyum. If it were him, what would he do? The injured soldier was still in critical condition. The one helping him kept calling for Sunha to provide medical care. By this point, Junmo was also out of ammo. He held something in his hand, and an idea struck him. "Signal to the support platoon. The kobolds are attracted to bright objects. I'll use a flash attack to draw those kobolds away. The rest of the platoon go with the sergeant and take the wounded and leave this place immediately." No one in the platoon understood what Baek Junmo was saying. Junmo raised the hammer in his hand high and shouted, "As the corporal of this platoon, this is an order." Just like Private Ho Gyum said, "If we get to the evacuation zone, we'll meet the Zhenghua Guild there. When I give the signal, everyone run with all your might." Although Junmo knew his electromagnetic skill couldn't kill even a weak monster, he could finally use it to save everyone. He then ran in another direction with the glowing hammer in his hand to attract the monster's attention. Immediately, they chased after him, ignoring everyone else. After running a good distance, Junmo shouted for everyone to run. They all looked at him with grateful eyes. Junmo was now being cornered by the monsters. He thought, if it were Ho Gyum, he would definitely do this. So I'm doing the right thing. Even if Ho Gyum were here, I would still use my body as a lure. Just in time before the monsters could reach Junmo, the main character's familiar knife flew in, cutting them down one by one. The monsters behind him fell bleeding. Ho Gyum stood protectively in front of Junmo. "Hey, I heard everything." He raised his sword high, causing it to emit a white mist that dispelled the gas. Junmo moved, called his name. Ho Gyum Nim. Ho Gyum also called out Baek Junmo. Tears streamed down Junmo's face. "I have to stop getting so excited trying to imitate you, sir. I went a bit overboard just now, didn't I?" Ho Gyum smiled brightly and praised him. "Thanks for surviving. You did well." Tears flowed freely down the face of the sensitive young Junmo, but beside them there were still many other monsters. Ho Gyum continued to smile. "You are truly brave and admirable. Thanks to your courage, I will treat myself to this feast. The table you have set for me, I will enjoy it to the fullest." He sent his knife flying, butchering them instantly. One by one, they were slaughtered. With just one knife, Ho Gyum could kill 5 at a time. The monsters' deaths meant items dropped. Ho Gyum couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "They look delicious." Lai Junmo, sitting beside him, was startled. "You mean, these kobold monsters?" The other monsters, seeing their comrades die, were also a bit scared. Ho Gyum, however, was glaring at Junmo, because thanks to him, he couldn't get anything done. Ho Gyum looked over the remaining monsters. He wondered why he couldn't see the boss anywhere. On their heads, a mark was carved, emitting some kind of signal. Ho Gyum also glanced in the direction they were looking. Then, as if following a call, they turned and fled in the opposite direction. Ho Gyum understood the situation and quickly ran, shouting, "Junmo, run! Our platoon is in danger!" The gas made visibility difficult. "At this rate, we can't provide support." On Eunha's side, she was also planning. The assault platoon will hold its current position and cooperate with the Zhenghua team to snipe the kobolds, preventing them from leaving the gas-filled area and approaching civilians. The sniper next to her asked, "Where did the platoon leader go?" In her mind, she only thought of Ho Gyum, because she saw him acting as if he knew everything she wanted to check on him. Immediately, she plunged into the thick gas. Meanwhile, Sun Ha was still crying her eyes out, continuously muttering, "Save me! Save me!" The soldier who was injured earlier was still in critical condition. "Private Minty is unconscious and dying. We have to save him now. Deputy Platoon Leader, please wake up." Just at this critical moment, something happened. The container protecting them shattered. 2 soldiers were trying to hold it together. "The boss's magic is too strong. We have to hold on tight. We absolutely cannot let it escape." But its power was overwhelming them. Very quickly, the container's barrier cracked wide open. Ahead, the horde of monsters was approaching. They didn't know what to do. They would probably be killed. The boss also watched its minions intently. It noticed 2 figures appearing behind them. Ho Gyum arrived, cursing, "You bastards, don't you dare touch my platoon." As he spoke, he launched his knife straight at the monster's face, but it was very agile and leaped over the sharp blade. However, the knife was also controlled by him and turned back. Wherever the boss ran, the blade followed. It was no slouch either. No matter how he pursued, he couldn't catch it. However, the container on its back was pierced. This made it even angrier. It seemed to have ordered its minions through the mark on their foreheads. The monsters immediately obeyed and flew off in different directions. Ho-gyum was also a bit surprised to see them flying everywhere. It turned out they were spreading out to surround them. A second later, a rain of darts flew towards Ho-gyum and Junmo. They had to both defend and protect each other, but because there were too many darts, they couldn't dodge them all. In a critical moment, Ho-gyum quickly shouted, "Junmo, get down!" Junmo quickly followed his command. He used his metal manipulation skill. Due to his agility, the metal darts all flew back without touching them. A system warning appeared. His sword was losing control. Behind the boss, it was shaking violently. Ho-gyum raised his gun and aimed straight at the boss. These damn monsters are all commanded by the boss to attack people at its will. If I keep attacking like this, I can scare it and buy more time for the others. But bringing Junmo along to attack is too dangerous. So first he ordered Junmo to retreat to the container. The two of them then ran for their lives. The monsters continuously threw darts at them. In front of Ho-gyum was the defensive container, but the darts were just a few centimeters away from hitting them. Ho-gyum quickly turned around, manipulating the metal to redirect the darts. Taking the opportunity, he also jumped into the container. But he could feel that the boss was planning something. From a distance, Ho-gyum and the boss stared at each other. He let out a relieved laugh. Just a little late, but that was thrilling. Ho-gyum observed the chaos inside the container. People also noticed his arrival. Junmo reported to him, "Minty is unconscious." This surprised Ho-gyum. He frowned and said, "What? We have a deputy leader who's a medic here." But looking over, the medic was just huddled in a corner, trembling. He asked her, "What are you doing?" "Private Minty is about to die." In truth, the woman was in a state of extreme panic. If the only medic is in this state, the whole unit will die. He decided to call out, "Sergeant Choi Sun-ha." Startled, she turned to look at him. Ho-gyum said with a determined gaze, "Snap out of it. Are you trying to get everyone killed? This is an emergency." Sergeant Choi Sun-ha was still in a state of panic. Her body trembled and she sobbed. At the same time, Private Junmo and another person were putting pressure on Minty's wound. "The injured deputy platoon leader needs treatment." Ho-gyum spoke sternly. "Do you all want to be killed? Calm down. We are in a battle," he asked bluntly. "Do you want to live with regret for the rest of your lives?" Hearing these words, Sergeant Choi Sun-ha could no longer remain panicked. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes hidden behind her gas mask. The corporal continued to frown. "Do you know how terrifying it is to live with regret?" Choi Sun-ha heard every word clearly. Her eyes welled up with more tears. She softly called his name as if she understood something. "Ho-gyum." A brilliant pillar of light pierced through the fog. Even the nearby monsters stared intently. Unha was using her healing ability. She focused on treating the deputy platoon leader Minty's fatal wound. With her spellbook, she looked enchanting and powerful like a true supreme sorceress. The corporal asked, "How is the deputy platoon leader?" Unha replied, trembling. "It's too late. He's lost too much blood." Her hands continued to use her ability, hoping to save him. Choi Sun-ha did not stop healing. She replied with determination, "But I refuse to give up." Her eyes were completely different from before. The fearful, weak look from earlier had vanished. Those eyes looked straight at Corporal Ho-gyum, filled with a stubbornness that would not give up even in death. Ho-gyum finally smiled gently. His facial muscles relaxed a bit. He replied, "Thank you." He turned back to the soldiers. "Lend me your knives." Then he began to use his metal manipulation ability. Dozens of knives were drawn up as if by a magnet. Private Junmo asked hesitantly, "Corporal Ho-gyum, could it be that you—" Ho-gyum's demeanor changed abruptly. His anger flared up again. He wanted revenge on the monsters for this atrocity. He said, "Time to return what I've received." At the same time, a luxury car was speeding down the highway. Inside, a woman who looked very powerful and dangerous was on the phone. She exclaimed to the person on the other end, "Oh, that's interesting. I see." The call ended. The woman hung up. On her shoulder was a spider the size of a low-level monster, not very big. It crawled around on her shoulder. She chuckled to herself, excited, and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to go and offer some comfort." The car sped on, carrying her eager impatience. The woman ordered the driver to Itan. Back at the battle scene, Hogyom was using his metal manipulation ability, using the sharp knives to attract the monsters as they loved shiny objects. The knives floated and emitted a blue light looking like will-o'-the-wisps. They followed Corporal Hogyom's direction, moving to the spot marked with an M on the tape. The monster leader growled, looking at Hogyom. It glared, and immediately the other monsters charged at him with their axes. He did not move, holding his position. He smirked, thinking, "The prey walking right into the best hunting spot. Isn't that wonderful?" It turned out Hogyom had marked and installed sensors at the location he wanted in the center of this area, marked with an M. The margin of error was one part of Area A commanded by the deputy platoon leader. "The leader will control from behind. If I can find it, this game will be over. The winner will be Hogyom." He began to use his metal detection ability. The positions of all metal objects were identified, including the monster's axes. Hogyom focused and unleashed his attack. Kobold. Immediately, the knives he controlled shot out from all directions like homing torpedoes, fiercely seeking their targets. The monster leader was terrified. One by one, its subordinates were impaled by the knives. Some through the head, some through the chest. They couldn't escape. They screamed in fear and panic, running everywhere. A sharp knife flew straight at the monster leader. It angrily deployed a defensive ability to block the fast-flying dart. As it blocked the first knife, the magic shield and the knife were locked in a stalemate, unmoving. Hogyom saw his chance and immediately shouted, "Here!" He launched a series of sharp knives with terrifying speed at the fierce monster. The monster expanded its defensive shield, letting out an angry roar. Hogyom couldn't believe it could block his knives. The monster's shield shattered into dark shards, wrapping around his knives. It was furious. Hogyom showed clear annoyance. He switched to a different ability to fight it. He shouted, "You bastard, let go of my knives!" Hogyom's system warned him. The M7 knive's weight has exceeded the controllable limit. Hogyom was frustrated. "It can't handle it. How?" The large monster realized something and turned to signal the remaining monsters. They used blowpipes to shoot sharp darts at his back. Attacked unexpectedly from behind, Hogyom frantically used his hands to block. He lost his balance and fell backward. However, he didn't fall completely, landing on one knee, his hands shielding his face now riddled with darts. The monsters that hadn't died had enough time to get up and challenge him. The boss opened a power circle, all its strength seeming to pour into it. It was signaling all the remaining monsters. Its eyes were gloating, as if it knew it had the upper hand. The arm controlling the magic circle swung down, pointing straight at Hogyom. The roars and growls of the monsters were terrifying. They charged straight at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Hogyom's hands lowered. The darts, one by one, still wouldn't let him go. He gritted his teeth and let out a sigh of relief. "I thought I'd get hit just like in my past life." Hogyom controlled the darts stuck in his hands. They were absorbed like a magnet floating in the air. He thought, "If it weren't for that reinforcement, my hands would be useless now." It turned out the metal he had absorbed during training had the ability to reinforce his body, making his arms as hard as shields, protecting him in time from the venomous darts. Hogyom began to counterattack, recalling the M7 knives. The sharp knives spun quickly. He glared at them and cursed, "You idiots!" At the same time, the monsters continued to run towards him, determined to kill him. The knives returned just in time. He unleashed his attack, controlling the knives to strike from behind while ordering, "Disappear." They slit the throats of several monsters at once. One by one, the monsters fell tragically. Hogyum created a vortex of knives with incredible speed. They formed a metal whirlwind, cutting the monsters into many pieces. The metal whirlwind was so large it filled the central location, sweeping through everything in its path, mincing everything. Hogyum stopped casting the spell. The whirlwind dissipated. The monsters from before were now just small dust particles. Only the monster leader remained. It was terrified, shocked. Hogyum called out its name. Kobold Dark Mage! It was wary, gripping its weapon tightly. He declared, "Time to pay you back." He had to kill this last monster. This would be Hogyum's revenge. The boss heard this. It began to cast magic. From its back, a green poison erupted like a volcano. It held its weapon, baring its fangs at Hogyum. The green poison enveloped Hogyum like a thick fog designed to block the opponent's vision, but the smoke did no damage. Hogyum covered his eyes and nose from the poison gas. He said, "No matter how aggressive you are, it's useless. Do you know how much effort I had to put in just to deal with you? I almost got chewed out by the members of my platoon." He began to use his metal manipulation ability. Metal objects were identified and ready to clash with the enemy. However, Hogyum had to attack carefully because if he carelessly swung his sword like last time, the kobold would get the upper hand. The kobold stood still for a long time after the poison gas attack. It seemed to be waiting for something. Hogyum also noticed the strangeness. Why isn't it moving? Dozens of thorny wooden vines shot towards him. It turned out the kobold was casting a spell using vines to restrain him. The kobold created a magic circle launching sharp, hard vines. They wrapped around Hogyum's ankles. The vines pulled, making him lose his balance, and his whole body fell to the ground. The kobold seemed to enjoy this. It pulled the vines harder, flinging him up. With his ankles caught, he couldn't get free. His whole body was suspended in the air. The kobold laughed with delight. It used a longer vine to pull Hogyum higher. He was alarmed as he was thrown into the sky so high that he was out of the toxic fog in the city center. Then the kobold jerked the vine down, aiming to cause severe injury to its opponent. Hogyum slammed into the ground. Seeing him motionless, the kobold retracted the vines. It cackled victoriously, thinking it had won. Suddenly, a voice came from the fog. "Hey, you damn rat! You find this funny?" Hogyum had crawled out of the rubble, stood up, and held his sword ready to counterattack. He didn't seem to be injured at all. It turned out Hogyum had reinforced his legs with metal, preventing them from breaking from the impact from above. Hogyum's mouth was full of blood, but he said angrily, "How many times has it been today? You're giving me PTSD." The boss, seeing he was unharmed, growled in annoyance. Its legs tensed, preparing to attack. It shot up with extreme speed, using its legs as a spring like a gust of wind. Hogyum also showed a serious attitude. The boss didn't fly straight up. It weaved through the metal containers, confusing its opponent so fast it couldn't be followed with the naked eye. It zipped through the nooks and crannies. Finally, it circled behind Hogyum and drew its weapon. Hogyum quickly realized and turned around. He leaped high to dodge its stab. He quickly landed on the ground and spun his leg. He swung his sword, wanting to slash its face. As Hogyum brought his sword down on the monster's face, he said angrily, "Do you know how dangerous I become when I'm stabbed in the back?" He struck its head. However, it blocked with its elbow. This monster finally understood that it was in danger. After gaining control from above, Hogyum immediately reinforced his legs with metal. He said menacingly, "Now you're done for," and kicked it in the face. The kick was so powerful it distorted its face and sent it flying backward. It slammed into the ground and rolled several times. Hogyum slung his sword over his shoulder and slowly walked towards the boss, taunting it. "The moment to get revenge on backstabbers like you. I've been thinking about it since the first night after I regressed." The monster's mask was half broken. It knelt, moaning in pain. Hogyum continued, "You're the first among them, so feel honored." He smirked with satisfaction. "Now that your mask is broken, you can't use magic anymore. Let's start the real work between you and me, shall we?" His sword began to glow as he prepared to cast magic. The kobold was so scared it couldn't move, just standing there to take the hit. It was too weak to move. Ho-gyam used his metal manipulation ability. Sharp blades flew from 8 directions, all piercing straight through its midsection. They went through the monster's body, destroying its internal organs and cutting it in two. The monster's weapon fell, and the container on its back shattered into pieces. Despite being so heavily wounded, it still tried to crawl towards Ho-gyam. Its body trembled in spasms, unable to move. The broken mask revealed blood and broken bones, making it look more pathetic than ever. Seeing this, Ho-gyam said, "You mean that's not enough?" He grabbed the monster's bloody, slimy mouth and pulled it close. Ho-gyam raised a hammer, preparing to finish it. He gripped its chin, lifting it high, his angry eyes fixed on the kobold. He growled out each word, "Because of trash like you, I had to live like a cripple for years. Do you have any idea?" Having lost its power, the kobold shrank to half of Ho-gyam's size. It tried to grab his wrist as if begging for mercy. Ho-gyam drew his sword, pointing it straight at the monster's throat. "The swords that just stabbed you belong to the squad members you killed in my past life." He recalled small memories of the one who saved his life. Baek Junmo was always someone he trusted, cherished, and respected. He had a kind heart and was always thinking of others with a cheerful and kind personality. The thought made him even angrier. He raised his sword high. He said his last words to the boss, "And this is the price for Baek Junmo's life. You died trying to save me." Ho-gyam plunged the sword straight into the boss's stomach. Its mouth was covered so it couldn't scream. It had to endure the pain without being able to cry out. With its last bit of strength, it grabbed the sword, piercing its abdomen. The cloud sword, which he had used to stab the kobold, was absorbing the monster's life force. An unknown energy was filling the cloud sword. The monster stopped struggling. Its eyes slowly closed as if it had given up and was waiting for death, as if it had no more attachments to this world. But it seemed Ho-gyam wouldn't allow that. He drew back the kobold's knife that had fallen earlier. "Don't die just yet. There's more. Finally, this is the price for the scar on my face." Ho-gyam held the knife, intending to make a cut to avenge his past life. His anger grew deeper and hotter. He stabbed it straight between the eyes, and then drew a line from its forehead to its chin. The kobold cried out in pain. Its face was split in two, looking ferocious. Finally, it fell with the sword pinned in its stomach, unable to move like a cursed retribution. Suddenly, Ho-gyam's system announced new item information. Cloud Sword, unknown energy is filling the Cloud Sword 11%. After the unknown energy is filled, the hidden potential in the Cloud Sword will be unlocked. Ho-gyam breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the first knot from his past that had caused him so much pain had been changed. He sighed in relief and looked at his achievement, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Suddenly, a medal with a strange shape popped out from the monster's corpse. On it was the image of the monster's mask that Ho-gyam had just finished off. He was startled, looking as if he had realized something. The system continued to announce, "Received Inferno, the demon's medal. It is the medal of hellfire hiding the power of the demon race. It is one of the high-level items in the Divine Medal series." Ho-gyam picked up the medal and wondered, why did this appear here? And then he suddenly remembered the origin of this medal. The Inferno Demon's Medal was the item of the necromancer, one of the most terrifying figures of humanity. His Andes army was like hell for the living. This medal was his item. Although Ho-gyam hadn't figured out anything clear about him yet, he knew that he had a non-growth trait just like him. It was because of him that since his regression he had always had to hide the fact that even though he was an F rank, he could still grow stronger. Moreover, the non-growth trait was a characteristic of developing in one's own way, not through training and combat. In his past life, after the fierce battle with the necromancer ended with a narrow victory at the Golem workshop, the most Ho-gyam received was just a replica based on the original. Yet now, in a new life, he could easily obtain a real medal like this. This surprised and made Ho Gyam suspicious. He examined the metal and clenched it. It seemed there was something else he didn't know about this world, something more dangerous and mysterious. The poison gas began to dissipate. Ho Gyam was about to swallow the metal to absorb it when First Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha interrupted. She called his name Ho Gyam from behind him. She pointed her sword at him and asked with a serious and interrogative tone, "Who are you really?" It seemed she had witnessed the entire battle with the monster. He waved his hand, smiling, not knowing how to explain. He wondered, "I'm screwed. I wonder how much she saw." He stood still, not knowing what to say. Seo Eun-ha still had her sword pointed at him as if waiting for his answer. Suddenly, the orange-haired woman with the spider on her shoulder approached. Her high heels made both of them notice her presence. She took off her gas mask and said to Ho Gyam, "I was very impressed with your battle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Corporal Ho Gyam." She then handed him a business card and introduced herself. "I am Catherine Yu, head of the Seoul Strategy Department of the Junghwa Guild." She took off her gas mask and started to wonder. She looked at Seo Eun-ha. "Aren't you the third daughter of the Knight Commander? You've grown up a lot." Seeing this, Ho Gyam reacted immediately. "Seo Eun-ha is the third daughter of the Knight Commander." Eun-ha, seeing the stranger's presence, explained, "This is a military operational area. Civilians are not allowed here. I am the battle platoon leader of the 1st Company 3rd Brigade." However, the woman paid no attention to her words and walked directly to Ho Gyam. "Corporal, you're here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Catherine Yu, head of the Seoul Strategy Department of the Junghwa Guild." It turned out she was Yena, the second daughter of the Junghwa Guild's leader, an A-rank player. As she spoke, she handed him a business card with a rose printed on it. Ho Gyam took the business card and began to examine it. The pattern, the design, and the name on it all looked very familiar. Yu Yena, seeing his reaction, suddenly asked, "Could it be that you don't know me?" she asked with a surprised tone. Hearing the question, he bit his lip, thinking, "How could I not know? Among the villains who destroyed humanity, I could never forget that girl." Memories from his past life began to play back like a film. An image of Seo Eun-ha using her shield to protect him from a dangerous holy flame. She yelled, "Snap out of it! You have to live!" He panicked, trying to stop her. "Get out of the way! What are you doing?" She stood firm, holding the shield tightly, not budging. She turned back, smiling, and said, "No, I will be your shield." She gently called his name, "Ho Gyam, your first life is me." Another scene appeared, the image of Seo Eun-ha falling. Her body was covered in centipedes and insects. Her body looked as if it was being eaten and rotting. Ho Gyam was shocked to witness the scene of her body being brutally and cruelly killed. The moon was red as blood. A woman sat on a high peak looking down on humanity. He looked up. It turned out the woman who had killed Seo Eun-ha was Yena. She was sitting comfortably on a rock looking down at him. She showed no sign of fear or remorse for her actions. Back in the present, she shrugged and sneered. "So you don't know. You have a great opportunity in front of you." Remembering the memories of his past life made him feel outraged. His body trembled. Ho Gyam clenched his fists and began to suppress his emotions. He wished he could kill her right now. Eun-ha, seeing that Yena was ignoring her existence, continued, "This is a military operational area. Please leave." Yena, hearing Seo Eun-ha call her name directly, sighed and turned to reproach her. "What's with your manners? Don't military personnel usually address people by their titles? You should call me the head of the Seoul Strategy Department of the Junghwa Guild." She glared at her. Then Seo Eun-ha and Yena glared at each other, sparks flying. It seemed they hated each other. Ho Gyam stood in the middle, turning from side to side, not knowing what to do. This atmosphere is terrifying. The staring contest between the two women was not over. Suddenly, a car approached from a distance. The car slowed down and stopped in front of them. A person got out of the car. It was the platoon leader. Seo Eun-ha and Ho-gyom immediately saluted. "Company commander." He noticed something unusual and said, "Wait a minute." His eyes darted back and forth, assessing the situation. He saw the scattered corpses and the death of the kobold mage. Internally, seeing the company commander Ho-gyom was terrified. The man's two eyebrows furrowed and he stared directly at him. The 3 scars on his cheek made his face look even fiercer. His second personality was scared and wanted to run away, but his first personality held him back. The company commander greeted her. "Hello, head of the Seoul Strategy Department. It's been a while." Yena replied casually. "Yes, company commander. Are you well?" The company commander's tone changed and he said sternly, "I am truly grateful to the Jonghwa Guild for their support, but this is a military operational area. Even if you are from the Jonghwa Guild, trespassing into an operational area without consent is very troublesome. Please leave." Yena, hearing this, showed no sign of obeying. She said disappointedly, Jen Shida acting like no one knows I'm military. So rigid. I was about to have a serious conversation." Ho-gyom, hearing this, was speechless. Yena picked up the business card and placed a kiss on it, leaving a lipstick stain. She placed the card on Ho-gyom's collar and said, "A bit troublesome, but oh well. Corporal Ho-gyom, you must contact me." Suddenly, the company commander cut in, calling his name. "Corporal Ho-gyom." He answered clearly. "Yes, sir. From now on, you will be the acting combat platoon leader at the Kobold Gate. The top priority is to ensure the number of survivors and to select new members for the team." Seo Eun-ha looked at the captain. Yena left the scene. Ho-gyom, hearing this, didn't understand what the platoon leader was thinking. The company commander continued. "After all the situation reports here are complete, everything here will be handed over to you, Corporal Ho-gyom, to handle." Ho-gyom, hearing this, quickly replied, "I will obey the order." Eun-ha turned her eyes and glared at him. Her gaze was fixed on him, as if warning him of something. Ho-gyom was startled by Eun-ha's gaze. He didn't understand what was happening. He thought, "Well, I've escaped danger for now, right?" 1 week later, at the 1st Company of the 3rd Demon-Slaying Brigade, the system announced, "The Demon's Metal Inferno has completed metal absorption. Manipulable metal weight increased by 409. Current manipulable metal weight, 3458 gi." In the men's restroom, Ho-gyom was screaming in pain. The system continued to announce, "A space is forming in your stomach. Warning, you may feel extreme pain." He clutched his stomach and red, acrid smoke came out of his mouth. A space was forming in his stomach. Ho-gyom lamented, "Even though I've been through this once, this body is still weak, so the pain feels much more intense." Corporal Junmo, hearing the screams, went into the restroom to look for him. He peeked into the stall and teased, "Are you watching something interesting alone?" He clutched his stomach, trying to hold it in, as if to prevent the space from escaping. A white gas emanated from his stomach, as if something was burning inside. He stammered, "I'm not—" Suddenly, his eyes glowed and his body convulsed. PC Junmo continued, "Let me see it later." The light from his eyes illuminated the entire restroom. The bright light startled Baek Junmo. Ho-gyom roared in anger. "I said no." The Kobold Gate, which everyone had ignored and underestimated the danger of, ended up causing many casualties. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of Corporal Choi Sun-ha, Private First Class Min-hee, who was in a critical condition, was safely transferred to the military hospital. Thanks to this, Ho-gyom gave up the idea that he could protect everyone by himself. The members of the support unit began to train to increase their strength to at least be able to protect themselves. However, 2 problems arose. Corporal Choi Sun-ha seemed to have a crush on Ho-gyom and looked for him everywhere, every day. Since that day, Corporal Sun-ha had started to bother him. She called his name excitedly. "Corporal Ho-gyom," he replied wearily. "Deputy platoon leader, what do you need?" from a distance. First Lieutenant Lee Min-hee looked at him with a hateful gaze. It seemed he was jealous of seeing Ho-gyum being treated better by Sun-ha than everyone else. That was just the first problem. The second problem was that the company commander had asked him to take on the role of an officer instead of a non-commissioned officer. Hearing this, he didn't seem surprised at all. He naturally wanted to be discharged. Company Commander Kim Wong-seok, during this Aitan campaign, had taken notice of Ho-gyum. The company commander had ambitions to create an ideal military culture regardless of rank. But internally he screamed, "Why are you making me do something I don't want to do?" Even if he agreed on the surface, he didn't agree in his heart. But Ho-gyum still replied indifferently, "I'll think about it during my leave." 3 weeks later, on the first beautiful day of his leave. In the restroom, a bright light flashed again. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have satisfied a special condition and acquired a new skill." And skill information. Skill, name, flame, furnace rank, D. Effect. 1. A smithing furnace that absorbs metal 50% faster. Approximately 250% when the furnace's efficiency is higher. 2. The higher the furnace's operating efficiency, the more pain the body will feel. 3. Metal breath. A portion of the metal can be stored in the storage space and released to cause great damage. 3 kilos per use. If a hidden condition is met, the skill level will increase. Ho-gyum's body emanated a metal breath. His body had just undergone a conflagration. He tiredly leaned against the toilet and lamented, "Now I'll digest everything faster and won't have to sit hugging the toilet so much anymore." Looking at himself in the mirror, he thought, "The next confrontation with the monsters will be more difficult, so I need to be careful." Remembering the past, the company commander would abandon Gaiseon Station. Reporters from all over came. People asked questions and everything was chaotic. A reporter asked, "The military and the government, please clarify your position. Will you abandon the people in Gaiseon?" The company commander endured and couldn't say anything. He bit his lip and clenched his fists. Images of the people in Gaiseon Station screaming for help. "Let us out, save us." They kept banging on the doors. They didn't want to die. Ho-gyum decided he needed to prepare everything during this leave. Otherwise, he could lose his life. This was the time to change the future. Ho-gyum stepped out of the building and was about to go home when he met Sergeant Choi Sun-ha. She held a cigarette and began to complain, "It's been so long since I've had a leave. Ugh, military life is so tiring." She held a lighter in her hand and kept trying to light it. However, it wouldn't light. She wondered, why won't it light? Ho-gyum and Sun-ha made eye contact. She recognized him and asked, "Do you have a light?" He was taken aback, thinking, a delicate girl like her smokes. The two looked at each other for a long time. He suddenly realized he had revealed his true form while he wasn't paying attention. A train was speeding down the tracks. In the train car, Ho-gyum and Choi Sun-ha sat next to each other. Both sat in silence. Ho-gyum felt extremely awkward. Choi Sun-ha finally broke the awkward silence. She asked playfully, "Ho-gyum, it's been a long time since you've had a leave, right? Your parents must be very happy." Ho-gyum replied coldly, "My parents are no longer alive." Sun-ha, hearing this, was startled. His answer was beyond her expectations, leaving her silent, not knowing what to say. Ho-gyum noticed Choi Sun-ha's reaction. He glanced at her and smiled. I'm fine. It was difficult and lonely when I was a child, but since I grew up, I've had people who are like family." Sun-ha looked at him with wide eyes. She repeated his words, "People who are like family." Back in his past life, he recalled the memories of when he was the steel-eating emperor. Everyone was my family. They always waited for me and cherished me. It felt as warm as a real family. Back in reality, Ho-gyum suddenly became curious about his relationship with those people. Were they friends, or colleagues, or comrades in arms? He leaned against the train window and told himself, probably comrades in arms. He muttered the phrase again. Hogyam got off at Yeongdeungpo Station. 4 days and 3 nights. During this short leave, I need to prepare fully for the future, and the first thing to prepare is money. Hogyam thought with satisfaction. He stopped and looked at a poster for the Blue brand, then continued walking. The poster read, "Support our players." Hogyam frowned at the poster. The owner of Blue, who has assets worth trillions at the present time, is Gordon. His hidden cash flow runs underground to bribe high-ranking officials and players to buy and sell items, gradually helping him gain complete control over everything. There are many reasons for us to sell our souls to the devil, but the most important one is money. Even if I don't have the ability to make more money than Gordon, at least I have to make sure I don't get caught up in his money games, Hogyam told himself. Walking out onto the street, all the modern buildings and taxis had posters for the Blue brand. Hogyam knew the big events that would happen in the future and knew the time and place to make money. This meant that if he invested earlier than others, he could make a lot of money even with little capital. So when investing, I need someone who will absolutely never betray me. Hogyam entered a small stairwell. He continued to think this matter must be entrusted to someone who will keep their word, even the smallest promise. He continued up the stairs when he suddenly heard an argument coming from the room ahead. It was the sound of men arguing. A voice rang out, "No, damn it!" Followed by a shrill voice, "Are you crazy? Don't make me have to hit you." Hogyam curiously peeked in and saw 2 men arguing. The browner-haired man said, "Guchun, you know it too. There haven't been many commissions this month." The other man grabbed his collar and replied, "No, I don't need to know that. With protection from above, don't you just have to do some trivial things to get a little something?" The shorter man answered fearfully, "But even so, it's work I put effort into, not just sitting around." The short-tempered man cursed, "Oh, for real? Now I have to be security for that commission event. It's really embarrassing." The scolded man noticed someone entering the office and quickly said, "Come in." But when they both saw Hogyam, they froze. The white-haired man Guchun quickly let go of the brown-haired man's collar and walked over with a broad smile. He shouted, "Hey, you damn pilot, it's been a while." Hogyam immediately recalled a memory. Guchun had tried to talk to him back in high school. Seeing him, he proactively made friends. "I heard you're an awakened one." "Me too. My name is Lee Guchun. Nice to meet you, buddy." Seeing his friendliness, Hogyam shook his hand. "Yeah, nice to meet you too." Back in the present, Hogyam immediately replied to Guchun with a stern gaze. "We're not close enough to greet each other like that." Then Hogyam walked over to the brown-haired man and greeted him warmly. "Brother, it's been a long time." The brown-haired man replied gently, "Yeah, long time no see." He then asked curiously, "Hogyam, what are you planning to do?" Guchun, being ignored by Hogyam, became furious and spoke with contempt. "Hey, you ate military rice and forgot all about the past, huh? Seeing me welcome you so happily, you've forgotten everything, haven't you?" Hogyam turned and glared at him. Seeing this, Guchun became even hotter. He growled and said loudly, "Do you need me to help you remember?" Recalling a memory from high school, Hogyam was demonstrating his metal manipulation ability to everyone. He controlled a pen paper and a ruler, making them float in his hand. At that time, that was all his ability could do. However, the students who witnessed it started to whine. They said, "What's this? Is that all there is to it? Don't joke around. Show us your real power." They laughed mockingly. "If that's all, then I'm an awakened one too." Guchun cursed angrily. "Damn it! What kind of awakened one is this? It's clearly useless." The sound of fighting rang out. Hogyam fell. He was punched in the side of the face by Guchun. His face was knocked to one side, bleeding. Everyone seemed to gloat, seeing it. Guchun said angrily, "With a little power like a psycho, you dare to call yourself an awakened one. If you dare to go around telling people you're an awakened one, you're dead to me." Damn it, I've lost all face. He angrily clenched his fist. Back in the present, Gu-chun hadn't changed. He cursed Ho-gyom. You damn pilot, you've got some nerve now, huh? Gu-chun was a C-rank player with a fighter trait. He belonged to the Hope Guild. He challenged him, "Let me play with you like we did in school. Make you beg for mercy just like then." The brown-haired man quickly tried to stop him. "Gu-chun, please." But Ho-gyom showed no fear. He stood tall and said nothing. Gu-chun pushed the brown-haired man aside. "Get out of here if you don't want to get beaten up with this guy." Ho-gyom said bluntly, "Try to kill me." Gu-chun looked surprised. "What?" Ho-gyom repeated. "I said try to kill me." His eyes had changed, filled with killing intent and fury. Gu-chun, enraged, intended to punch him. He cursed, "You damn bastard!" and rushed forward to punch Ho-gyom in the face. Suddenly a pen aimed for his pupil. Behind his leg was a knife. Gu-chun was surrounded and controlled by metal objects. If he moved, he would be stabbed so he couldn't move. "I may not be able to kill you today, but at least I can still give you a wound in a vital spot." Gu-chun, unable to move, was taunted by Ho-gyom. He continued, "As a close combat fighter, I can finish off a player quite simply." Ho-gyom threatened Gu-chun. Controlled and unable to move, he became even angrier hearing those words but could do nothing. Suddenly, Gu-chun's subordinate entered. He called out, "Boss, if we want to make it to the event on time, we have to go now." Ho-gyom immediately stopped his control. The metal objects fell to the ground. The subordinate, seeing this, didn't understand and quickly asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Ho-gyom suddenly changed 180 degrees. He pleaded with Gu-chun. "Gu-chun, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time." He then rushed at Gu-chun, leaving him confused. He quickly said, "Damn it, what are you doing?" The subordinate, seeing this, also didn't understand. Ho-gyom whispered in his ear, "Our Gu-chun getting kicked out of the White Tiger Guild. I heard it was because you pissed your pants and ran away during your first battle, right?" Recalling his pathetic memory. The company commander was yelling at him. "What are you doing, you bastard Gu-chun? Get back in position, you damn bastard, running away like that." Because he was too scared, he had abandoned his comrades. Back in the present, Gu-chun asked angrily, "How did you know about that?" Ho-gyom continued to threaten him. "You should know I have a loose tongue. Also, do you want your subordinates to see your ugly side when you lose a fight to an F rank? While I still have some face left for you, you should get out of here quickly." Ho-gyom emphasized. As Gu-chun left, the brown-haired man asked, "Ho-gyom, is what you said true? Will these stocks really rise that much?" Ho-gyom had given him 3 stocks that he knew would increase in price in the future. Ho-gyom smiled at him. "If it's all true, it's a life-changing event." The brown-haired man exclaimed. Below the blue building, the guards began to complain. "Oh, how long do we have to stand guard? Shouldn't we get to participate in a dungeon raid once?" "Boss, what's been wrong with you all this time?" his subordinate asked. Suddenly, the owner, hearing Gu-chun and his subordinate talking, started to get angry. "My God, I'm so annoyed. What kind of security service is this in such a solemn place? How can someone be so rowdy? You're not the owners here, you know." The boss continued to yell. "This is area A, B, C, D for VIPs. Don't you understand English? I've said it 3 times. If you can't learn it, at least get used to hearing it." Gu-chun couldn't take it anymore and immediately punched the boss in the face. The boss was sent flying backward by his punch. The subordinate looked on in terror as Gu-chun pinned the boss to the ground and repeatedly punched him. The punches were so strong that the boss's blood splattered on the ground and the rocks shattered and flew up. Gu-chun had gone crazy. He repeatedly hit the boss until his body was no longer a body. It was a mess. The other guards working alongside were terrified, not knowing what to do. After knocking out the boss, Gu-chun spoke up. "Hey, you guys go and find information about someone for me. Ho-gyom, that arrogant bastard. I'll definitely kill you." Gu-chun angrily declared. He would definitely get his revenge. This brown-haired man's name was Park Cho-soo, the leader of the Hope Guild, a top player analyst in the F-rank rediscovery program, and also the benefactor who found the method for Ho-gyom to increase his abilities. He exclaimed, "If all these documents are correct, this is a life-changing opportunity. Ho-gyom." Park Cho-soo continued, "I'm sorry, but I can't believe it." Ho-gyom looked at him and thought, Cho-soo's reaction is understandable. If someone suddenly says they'll help them make enough money to change their lives, who would believe it? Ho-gyom sympathized with that. Cho-soo said, "They even gave such detailed information, and you just gave it to me." He was suspicious. Ho-gyom placed his hand on his chest and asked, "As you see me now, am I a trustworthy person?" Park Cho-soo. Hearing this was surprised and replied, "Huh." He answered firmly, "Of course you're trustworthy." Ho-gyom confirmed once more, "It's all true. However, the source of this information, aside from revealing the secrets of my past life, is all true. You have to believe me." He smiled to himself. Then Ho-gyom showed Cho-soo a text message. He was texting with the company commander. In the message, he asked, "Sir, the officer appointment system is not a recommendation but real." The company commander replied, "That's right. The proposal to appoint an officer for an F rank is a new unprecedented proposal. There are many challenges to overcome, but I will actively recommend and promote it. But the most important thing is the soldier's thoughts. The company commander will make a decision as soon as possible." Cho-soo, reading the message, truly believed that Ho-gyom was telling the truth. Ho-gyom gave his wallet and all his assets to Cho-soo. "I'm entrusting everything I have to you. Please invest it for me. 20 million won is not a lot of money, but it's the assets my parents left me." He smiled and said. Cho-soo took the wallet with both hands and said, "Do you really trust me?" He said emotionally, "Thank you." Remembering the time in his past life when Ho-gyom was in a time of suffering and crisis, Park Ho-gyom was the one who encouraged and helped him. Park Cho-soo said, "No one is talentless. The talent used in this era is called ability. Don't blame yourself. The day will come when our abilities will be recognized." He patted his shoulder and smiled encouragingly. "Keep trying." Ho-gyom was very grateful to him. So this was a profitable investment and also a way to repay him. Cho-soo was the only one who had shown Ho-gyom warmth and kindness when he felt useless. Cho-soo had helped him so much. In the future, humanity would realize the existence of other worlds and would engage in dialogue with them. With the technology obtained from these extraterrestrial exchanges, the Gate and Dungeon War would undergo a major turning point. Their technology was essential to prevent the gates from exploding and the wave of monsters that would appear in the future. To do that, humanity had to communicate with those from other worlds and learn their skills and technology. So, Ho-gyom needed experts to help him. He went to the blacksmith alley in Itan. He asked a shopkeeper, "How much is this magic stone?" The shopkeeper replied, "However much you'll pay." From a distance, Ho-gyom was being followed by Guchun's subordinates. To prepare for his second future, along with 7 dwarf experts, he would have to forge the highest-level equipment. So expert-level blacksmiths were always the first target. Before the villains noticed them, he would find them first. Ho-gyom found a metal smithy. He entered and said, "Hello?" Inside was an old man holding a hammer with muscular arms. He was hammering metal. Seeing him, he paused for a moment and said, "I only sell what's available in the shop. If there's something you can't find, you can try looking around the other shops." After speaking, he returned to his forging work. He was the blacksmith Kang Dong-du. Due to his hot temper, he was separated from the blacksmith guild and was in financial difficulty. He thought investing in him was worth it. Ho-gyom, hearing his strange reply, just said, "Yes, sir." He noticed that what he was forging was a spear made of orichalcum. This spear looked rough on the outside, but later it would be the thing that could pierce the heart of the dragon Tarask. He was delighted because he finally knew the origin of the first legendary equipment from this rundown forge. Suddenly, a girl with a ponytail appeared from inside. "Oh, do we have a customer?" The old blacksmith, hearing this, quickly yelled, "Hey, kid, what customer? He's a guest." The granddaughter retorted, "You say he's a customer every day, so why are you scolding me?" She then looked at Ho-gyum with a strange gaze. Ho-gyum's gaze softened as he looked at her. He thought, "Long time no see, my comrade." She was the renowned blacksmith Kang Bo-seo. 4 years later, after the blacksmith Kang Dong-du passed away, she inherited all his skills and became an excellent blacksmith. Her eyes scanned the branded items on him like a laser. Seeing his luxurious clothes, she quickly exclaimed to her grandfather, "Oh my God, he's not just a customer, he's a VIP customer. Whatever you're looking for, just say so, ha ha." Seeing that her love for money hadn't changed at all, he assessed, as expected of a dwarf. Anyway, he had succeeded in attracting her attention. "Now can I make my request?" After paying for all the items Ho-gyum bought, the girl exclaimed, "The total is 18 million won. This isn't a customer, this is a god." She cheered excitedly. The blacksmith looked suspicious. "From the looks of it, you're not a mage. Why are you buying magic metal that's hard to process and mithril alloy stones? Are you trying to launder money?" The girl quickly defended him. "Don't say that, Grandpa. He must have a use for it. If he's buying it, he'll know how to use it." But Ho-gyum explained, "I really need them. The goods are very good. I will come here often to buy." Hearing this, the blacksmith was no longer wary. He sighed in relief and replied, "All right." Ho-gyum said goodbye to the two of them. She bowed meekly. "Please visit often." He thought to himself, "I'm sorry. Unlike other comrades, I have to drag you to the battlefield again." Seeing her peaceful figure so different from her death for him in his past life, Ho-gyum was determined. "This time, I will definitely protect you." The granddaughter bowed to him from behind. "See you next time." Below the hotel where Ho-gyum was staying, Gu-chun's subordinate was watching him from a distance. He looked up at Ho-gyum's room with dangerous eyes. Ho-gyum absorbed the metal he bought at the forge. He picked it up and ate it like a snack while thinking, "Before my leave ends, I need to increase my ability to control metal weight, so I can increase my body's poison resistance through the item absorption mechanism." The system announced, "Absorbing toxic metal. Time remaining for metal absorption 0, 19.89 seconds. You have absorbed toxic metal. After absorption, poison resistance will increase by a small amount." For a normal Ho-gyum, this would take the same amount of time, but now he had the breath of the forge inside his body, so it would be much faster. After swallowing the toxic metal piece, he began to use the space in his stomach that he had obtained before. That space absorbed and destroyed the molten metal piece. The system continued to announce skill information. Skill, name, flame, furnace breath. Because the smithing furnace is active, the metal absorption efficiency has skyrocketed plus 250%. Note, accompanied by severe pain. The absorption was so painful that the system displayed the accompanied by severe pain warning multiple times. Ho-gyum said angrily, "Shut up, I know." He didn't have much time to get to the Gaeseon gate before the event happened, so he had to absorb all of this. He clutched his stomach and clenched the bedsheet, trying to endure the pain. His eyes were bloodshot and rolled back, looking very miserable. 2 days later, Gu-chun's subordinate reported to him. "Boss, it's here. That brat hasn't shown his face for 2 days. I don't know what he's doing." Out in the hotel room, the system continued to announce, "Warning, you have been poisoned by various toxins. The second phase of poison resistance is beginning 81%. You have absorbed all the necessary metal. Current manipulable metal weight 17 to 490 Gi. Metal detection ability has increased. Can detect 500 gains of metal from 135 miles away." Ho-gyum's body felt different than before. He had absorbed the poison and created a new aura and a new power. For Hogyom, the second phase of poison resistance was easier than he thought. The controllable weight was enough to control about 60 daggers. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have succeeded in your first potential breakthrough and obtained a special skill." Skill information. Name metal, shatter rank D. Effect. Concentrate mana to destroy a certain amount of metal. Mana consumed depends on the amount of metal the skill is applied to. Hogyom thought happily, "This skill can help me destroy the enemy's equipment. Just having this skill is enough to break the enemy's defense." Suddenly, he became aware of a strange power. He looked towards the door. As expected, Guchun was using boxing gloves to punch the door, splitting it in two. Guchun, seeing that Hogyom didn't react, said, "Humph, you bastard. So you're not surprised. What are you hiding?" Hogyom wasn't scared. He calmly replied, "Hey, because I'm a soldier, I'm very limited in my fighting actions, so it's better if you disappear." Being spoken to sarcastically, Guchun cursed angrily. "You bastard! You're about to be beaten to a pulp by me, and you're still talking big." He flew into the room, took a running start, and prepared to punch Hogyom. Hogyom had reinforced his body with metal to counterattack, which greatly surprised Guchun. His arm turned into a metal part, blocking his punch. He asked in surprise, "What the hell are you?" Hogyom warned him. "Get out. If you cause any more trouble, it will affect others." "Yeah." He still held his punch tightly. The people in the next room started to stir and gossip. "What is it, another gate outbreak? So boring. Why haven't the guards arrived yet?" Seeing this, Guchun became even more enraged. He stepped back and pulled his punch back forcefully. He cursed furiously, "You bastard!" Then he spun his leg in the air and kicked Hogyom's head. He screamed, "Keep acting arrogant in front of me!" Hogyom easily dodged the kick. He said, "2 days ago you might have been a little difficult for me." He dodged the kick quickly. He launched an attack using his metal arm to punch Guchun's stomach. He continued, "But not today." Guchun was hit in the stomach. He screamed in pain. He asked him, "I'll ask you a question. Compared to what I did to you, it's nothing. I don't find it that formidable, so why did you have to go this far?" He couldn't answer, just clutched his stomach in pain, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. Hogyom sneered and yelled, "Got punched once by me, and now you can't wander around anymore, huh?" Guchun suddenly smirked smugly. He activated the energy in his legs. "Don't look at me with those eyes, you bastard!" Hogyom was surprised by his foolish action. He couldn't land a kick here. He said, "If you use your skill here, you'll injure the civilians." It seemed Guchun didn't care about his words. He replied, "What do those worthless people have to do with me?" Hogyom was furious. He thought, "Is this the only way to minimize the damage to the building?" He then flew towards the window, intending to jump out. Guchun shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He then kicked Hogyom's arm directly. He crashed into the wall and bounced out of the window, breaking a large hole in the wall. Seeing this, Guchun also leaped out, determined to kill him. He cursed, "Die, Hogyom!" Hogyom once again used his body reinforcement technique. This time, he channeled it all into his legendary feat, combining many of his skills. This made Guchun look at him with a different, wary eye. He can change his direction in mid-air. Hogyom jumped from the rooftop down to the ground. He thought, "Maybe in my past life I couldn't move as freely as this, but by combining the techniques I can easily control my body." Guchun was no less impressive, stretching out his long leg, intending to slam it into Hogyom's head as he descended. He cursed, "Looks like you learned a few neat tricks in the army, but those trivial things won't work here." But how could he hit Hogyom? He quickly dodged to the side, causing him to slam his foot into the ground. Everyone in the surrounding apartment complex heard the loud noise and looked down. Before them was a giant vortex, making it impossible to see who was who. Guchun still looked down on him as always. "Are you just going to keep dodging like a mouse? Try rushing at me like before. Come on, you bastard." After saying that, he rushed forward, continuously kicking at Hogyam, but no matter how he kicked, he couldn't hit him. Everything around them was blown away by the force of their clash. The people in the apartment complex were extremely worried, telling each other, "Don't go down to the first floor. It looks like an awakened one is causing a disturbance downstairs. I've already reported it to the association. Let's just wait a little longer." While fighting him, Hogyam was also thinking hard. "There are a lot of people watching. As a military officer, I can't fight back. If this gets blown out of proportion, it could ruin my plan to participate in the dungeon gate raid at Seoul Station." The people on the building didn't take their eyes off them for a second. Gu-chun quickly realized, "Is it because there are so many eyes watching us that you don't dare to act fine? Then we just need to get rid of this mess." This time, he channeled all his strength into his steel-like legs. Hogyam, worried that something bad would happen, shouted, "Damn it! Are you trying to bring down this whole building? Don't you see there are so many innocent people there?" "They have nothing to do with me." But to Gu-chun's pea-brain, he didn't think so. "Nothing to do with you." "Of course they do. Both you and those trash bags of money. You dare to annoy me. If you want to stop me, move your damn body and block this move." Hogyam's eyes gradually turned blue with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed him. "You fool, I'll grant your wish." The circle in Hogyam's eyes was gradually distorting. It split in two like the number 8. Instantly, his opponent's leg encased in metal was being controlled by Hogyam. As he was flying up, his leg gradually crumbled. The notification panel displayed skill information, skill name Metal Shatter Rank D. Effect, consume mana to crush a certain amount of metal. Mana consumption varies depending on the amount of metal the skill is applied to. He screamed in pain as his shins felt like a 1,000-pound weight had fallen on them. Despite the blood splattering from his leg, Hogyam still looked at him with a stern gaze. Of course, he was only human, so he couldn't bear the pain. He clutched his leg and cried, "My leg, you dog! What are you doing to me? Don't you come near me!" Hogyam not hiding. His anger frowned at him. "I'll ask you one last time. Why did you have to go this far?" At this point, his body was trembling. He asked back, "What are you rambling about now? Those damn flies were bothering me, so I had to kill them all. What else?" "I see. No wonder a dirty rat like you was kicked out of the pack of wild wolves. Bullies like you, drunk on an undeserved sense of superiority, don't deserve to be players." He still stubbornly resisted. "What can a fool like you do? Stop acting." Hogyam's finger pointed lightly. Instantly, a piece of metal pierced through his head from the back of his neck. Hogyam finished him off. "Gu-chun, don't you ever appear before my eyes again. If you dare, I'll cut off both your arms and legs. You should thank God that I'm a soldier." In his heart, he knew he couldn't pass up the opportunity to save his comrades and get revenge which was stolen by a bastard like him. The next morning, he was at the awakened task force sitting in front of the police station. He explained, "I was simply trying to stop Lee Gu-chun." The police officer said, "Well, your testimony matches the witness's testimony. But this Lee Gu-chun is quite dangerous. You're lucky. Since I became a police officer, this is the first time I've seen a low-rank player fight a higher-rank one without getting a scratch." Hogyam smiled brightly and replied, "How nice. I survived because the steel plate protecting his shins suddenly exploded." Finally, he was able to leave the police station. "I used to think being a useless F-rank was a damn curse, but I never expected it would help me eliminate suspicion from everyone around me." Behind him, a police officer ran up and reported, "Senior, you might want to see this. Lee Gu-chun's shin guard had no problems with durability or mana outburst." The police officer was very surprised to realize, "So you mean an F-rank can destroy a C-rank player's armor without a scratch? How is that possible?" Hogyam quickly escaped from this place, or else he would be stuck drinking tea. He flew away at lightning speed, causing all the women's skirts to fly up. It turned out he was rushing to a place where there was danger. The news was spreading on the media. The number of civilian deaths due to being trapped since 1524 at the Seoul Station gate today has reached 745. Apart from the first, second, and third waves of monsters, this is an unprecedented monster disaster worldwide. The Seoul Station disaster is increasing criticism of experts, players, and authorities. They are also questioning the limitations and core issues of the disaster warning response system for gate threats in the present. Hogyam knew it was different from the previous two gates. Because he didn't directly witness the gate open today, with little information there could be variables. Among the disasters of monster waves, the Seoul Station 1 was one of the worst. He himself didn't know if he could handle it with his current abilities. A part of him wanted to go there and quickly evacuate the civilians, but he couldn't, because there was a traitor hiding there. If things got worse, he would become wary and run away immediately. If so, he would never find the turning point to change the future. 2 minutes left. While he was waiting, a voice called out, "Hey, Hogyam! I've been looking for you." It turned out to be the woman Choi Sun-ha. She was out of breath but could still scold him. "I heard you had to go to the police station last night. The whole unit went crazy. Hey, how did you know I was here?" "You said you had plans at Seoul Station the other day, didn't you? But why didn't you answer me?" Hogyum remembered that in his past life, Choi Sun-ha wasn't here at all. So why is she here now? He said that his phone had been crushed. There was only one reason to explain this difference, because he had changed the past. In the next minute, the worst gate on the planet will open. Choi Sun-ha didn't ask him many questions. "Well, let's just say that makes sense. But why did you have to go to the police station? Explain it to me." Hogyam was frustrated because there was no time to explain now. "From now on, I have to stick to the plan." Hogyam quickly took out his bag. He threw the bag, which contained marbles everywhere. Seo-ha, seeing this, screamed, "What the hell, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly throw this stuff out? I just asked you and you didn't answer, and now what are you doing?" Hogyam was still serious. "When I give the signal, you have to run and find a gas mask immediately." Hearing these words, she just stared at him blankly. The pedestrians who stepped on the marbles showed annoyance. Just a second later, a thick purple fog covered the entire city. A hole began to appear in space. This signaled that the gate had opened. Hogyam waited for it to appear like many times before. From the gate, the first monster with a huge mouth was rushing down. Hogyam ran, urging the woman, "Now!" The monster looked like a spider goblin with sharp legs and crocodile teeth that it called its grandfather. It stood in front of Hogyam, screaming to show its strength. Everyone present ran away, but only Hogyam ran in the opposite direction. He messaged Seo-ha, "Deputy platoon leader, prioritize evacuating the civilians. Remember to get gas masks from the relief room." Seo-ha thought for a long time before saying these words. "I'm a soldier too. I can't leave you alone. Just tell me what needs to be done. I'll support you as much as I can." But Hogyum thought that her specialty was not combat. "So stay in the rear and focus on evacuating the civilians and treating the injured." She still insisted, "I don't know what you're planning, but I trust you. You have to survive this time." Hearing this, Hogyum felt somewhat comforted. Then he shouted clearly, "Never before, Corporal Hogyum, I will obey." At the same time, on the platoon leader's side, his boss was asking, "Do you really think so? You're going to commission a soldier and an F-rank soldier at that as an officer?" "Report, Major General. I don't think a good officer should be hindered by a rigid hierarchical system like the government's." Hearing this, the Major General frowned and looked at the platoon leader. "What?" The platoon leader also expressed his thoughts. "As you know, rank is not tied to the player's level. It's just basic data on combat effectiveness based on expectations of their characteristics and compatibility with dungeon raids. Although level is usually adjusted as players level up on the battlefield, they are often underestimated." Major General Choi Jun-cheon ignored the platoon leader's words. He asked, "Are you treating me like a joke?" The platoon leader unconsciously bowed his head. How would I dare, sir? The Major General continued to speak at length. If we don't use a hierarchical system, all veteran players will join the private guilds and the rookies will become officers. Then who will remember our army? And you mean our military system is corrupt? Why, people are now talking about how to eliminate the monster defense team. Battalion Commander, I thought you had seen something, but a cat is still a cat. Just then, a phone call came in. Report, Major General. I've received information that a gate has suddenly appeared in the 1st Battalion's area, but the location is at Seoul Station. It's an unfortunate event. Receiving this news, both of them were thunderstruck. An unfortunate event was a natural disaster that occurred in a specific area, creating a debuff on players or adding game rules to make the mission more difficult. Back at the gate, the soldiers were using magic to create a fire hose and spray it directly at the spider, but it didn't seem to have any effect, which worried everyone. A soldier impatiently asked, "Captain, what kind of monster is this? I've never seen it in the handbook before." The giant spider turned around, wanting to stick its sharp stingers into the soldiers. But fortunately for this man, another soldier had run out in time and hugged him, saving him from the disaster. This person's name was Manhwa, a veteran C-rank player. He realized that this fire-type attack had no effect on them, so they had to attack with magic, aiming for its legs. Everyone gradually switched to the ice element. Both sides clashed. The monster was hit by a cold wind, making its mind freeze. Its whole body was frozen by the soldier's ice magic. Manhwa knew that based on its giant size, it probably wouldn't be controlled for long, so they had to focus on attacking it as much as possible. He rushed forward, telling his comrades to continue freezing it, not to let it move. He had already jumped in front of its head. However, the layers of ice on its head were gradually breaking. This made him lose the initiative, as it was unexpected. It also raised its sharp claws and opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow him whole. He could only use his shield to protect himself. Like a savior at this moment, Hogyam's iron marbles were activated effectively. Hogyam controlled them to push the man away. The remaining marbles pierced through the monster's mouth. This monster was called a poison armor spider. It had a thick skin and normal attacks couldn't harm it. Hogyam also didn't know if he had enough strength to deal with them. Although he was worried, Hogyam still stepped forward, standing tall, as if he wasn't afraid of it at all. All the nerves in his body were controlled by his brain. Now I can't hesitate for a single second. As long as there's any metal on its body, it will be hit. Hogyam's mana gradually decreased every second as he fought it. Metal Shatter was the first move he used. Instantly, the monster's body spurted out streams of blood. It was struck by lightning without missing a single shot. Witnessing this scene, the other soldiers were all dumbfounded. After trying one attack, Hogyam saw that with this much power, he could stop the disaster at this gate. Thinking this, he smiled with great delight. Because not only that, he could also take all the rewards for himself by clearing out the monsters here. The monster, though in pain, was not afraid and continued to rush towards him. Hogyam stood under his rain of iron marbles, smiling so widely he couldn't close his mouth. "Scream more, I'll send you off with just one punch." As said, Hogyam controlled the marbles to fly straight into its neck. "Let's see how hard you are." When the marbles collided with its skin, it didn't seem to have much effect. He then used the iron wheel technique. The marbles seemed to be enhanced with more power, digging deep into its body. It continued to scream in pain. Hogyam laughed in its face and asked, "How does it feel to have your guts crushed?" It was in so much pain that its tongue was twisted and it couldn't open its mouth anymore. And so in a flash, Hogyam defeated it on the spot. This greatly astonished the C-rank man Manhwa. "Impossible. He took down a monster by himself when our whole team couldn't even touch it. I've witnessed countless raids, but I've never seen anyone so at ease when encountering something like this." He even thought, could that be a little-known S-rank power? Standing in a dark corner, a scarred man was so angry he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, who the hell is this guy? You're ruining my party." And the C-rank man also spoke up to Hogyam. Oh, I'm Eon Manhwa of the Seoul Station 2 protection team. May I ask, S-rank player? Before he could finish, Hogyam said, "It's not over yet. Don't celebrate too early. That was just the first one." Just as he said from the vortex, two spider monsters rushed out like gods. Only Hogyam was eagerly waiting for them. There's no doubt anymore. The outcome of this battle has been clear from the beginning. He began to raise his two divine fingers. The marbles followed his control. Like a winner, he asserted that he would handle it beautifully. Outside the station, many soldiers had gathered. All the platoons had assembled to prepare for battle. They would deploy the Red Formation up to Phase 6. On the Zhonghua military side, a commander exclaimed, "This smell is nostalgic." The man next to him looked confused and asked, "That thing is so big, why don't we mobilize more mages and use magic to break the shield?" The commander asserted, "No, that's not magic. It's a system law. You can't break a system law unless the whole system collapses. The only thing we can do is wait until time runs out." Special event. An unfortunate event is occurring in this area. You can enter, but you cannot escape. Level limit is LV-15. To escape, find a way to survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster. This time, even helicopters were mobilized along with the appearance of Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok and the head of the Blue Flower Guild's strategy department, Hana. The battalion commander asked her, "How many players under level 15 does the Blue Flower Guild have in total?" She replied, "First of all, is there anything like that in Zhonghua? Are you really going to send a rescue team in there? They'll die." The platoon leader had to take off his glasses and said sternly, "There are over 800 lives trapped in there. If we put the lives of our soldiers first, then none of this makes sense. Besides, there's a very reliable person here. It seems Ho-yoon has already secured a firm place in the squad leader's heart." Inside the station, he was intently controlling his attacks with his eyes. Any monster he struck spurted blood as if its throat had been slit. Suddenly, a monster behind him saw an opportunity, raising its sharp claws to strike Ho-yoon. He immediately used reinforcement to leap away, otherwise he would have been sent to an early grave. Ho-yoon yelled for help. "I need everyone's support. Do it like before, freeze it." Hearing this, Yun Man-ho was jolted back to reality, remembering the important task at hand. The other soldiers raised their magic shields, unleashing a massive wave of ice. One of the two remaining monsters was frozen solid. The other one took its chance, targeting a soldier who was in a defenseless position. It lunged downwards, but Ho-yoon, filled with rage, used his iron marbles to intercept it. "You disgusting monster, you've picked the wrong target. I'm your opponent." As he spoke, his marbles pierced straight through its neck, sending it flying. Its body crashed heavily to the ground as the iron marbles relentlessly tore through its flesh. It could only let out agonizing screams before finally ceasing its struggle. Now only the frozen monster remained. Ho-yoon called out to it mockingly, "Hey, are you awake yet? Why don't you take your friend home and go back to sleep?" His mana had dropped to 63%. The monster, as if understanding him, bared its fangs in fury. Ho-yoon's ring of the 8th circle appeared, and soon the monster shared the same fate as its brethren, blood gushing from its neck. Hiding in the shadows, a mysterious man thought to himself, "A player of his caliber couldn't have just been on the subway by coincidence today. Why would someone like that be at Seoul Station? Damn it. This ruins everything. I can't believe I failed the very first mission." His system window displayed a notification. "Warning, raid quest. You have missed the target. Poison-armored spider infestation at Gate 1 of Seoul Station. Failed." He was seething with rage. I'm so screwed this time. With the immediate threat gone, the situation seemed to stabilize. The civilians inside the building were no longer as frightened. Seeing this, First Lieutenant Yun Man-ho spoke up. "It seems the first wave is over. All soldiers assemble." He stood before Ho-yoon and said formally, "Thank you. We were too weak to stop the first attack on our own. I assume you are a high-ranking player. Thank you for your help." But Ho-yoon remained tense, which confused the other soldiers. Yun Man-ho also looked puzzled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ho Yoon felt that something was off. He couldn't find that person. He was supposed to be a member of the security team. Suddenly, Choi So-ha ran up from behind, calling out to him. He asked, "Have the civilians been evacuated?" This surprised Yoon Man-ho. What, no one can give orders to an F-rank player? Has the militia already arrived? Seo-ha reported, "The spiders were too big, so the civilians were split into smaller groups. We've evacuated them one by one into rooms with narrow corridors. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. But did we really stop the first wave?" She wanted to report back to the 6th platoon. As Ho Yoon was about to leave, one of the soldiers called out, "Sir, what is your rank?" Ho Yoon didn't want to waste time answering. "That's not important right now," he said. "I think we are dealing with a dual gate." Hearing this, everyone grew anxious and confused. Ho Yoon thought, if we search for all 800 civilians, he will definitely go into hiding. The second wave of monsters could also create an opportunity for him to escape. If so, I have to find him first. Meanwhile, the squad leader was still outside briefing his team before they entered. "I am appointing 2nd Lieutenant Lee Min-hyuk as the field commander for the Seoul Station rescue operation." Lee Min-hyuk saluted sharply. "2nd Lieutenant of the 2nd Platoon, understood, sir." But his face betrayed his bitter resentment. The squad leader told him to focus. "I regret having to send members of a lower-tier unit in there, but the lives of innocent civilians depend on you. Protect them as soldiers. Understood?" "Sir, yes, sir," the soldiers shouted in unison. Before leaving, the squad leader added a final reminder for Lee Min-hyuk. "After the operation, when you rendezvous with Sergeant Lee Hui-guk, make sure you coordinate your actions with his." Lee Min-hyuk was taken aback. "Are you talking about that Lee Hui-guk, sir?" Inside, the dual gate was slowly opening, revealing a laughing skull peering out. The mysterious man's system displayed a special event. "Monsters in the area will not attack you." He cursed in frustration. "What the hell is this? What do you mean they won't attack me? What the hell is happening?" His quest list appeared. Poison armored spider infestation at Gate 1 of Seoul Station. Failed massacre at least 500 civilians by any means necessary. In progress. Deliver items obtained from the elite monster H-True 11 minutes at Gate 2 to the Traitor Alliance. In progress. He thought to himself, once I complete this quest, I'll become a traitor. Other players don't get opportunities like this. This quest will change my life, but I need to calm down. Suddenly, Ho Yoon's familiar iron marbles flew towards him from the shadows. He glanced at them without a trace of fear and activated his own ability, unleashing destructive vines to counter the marbles. Hiding, he asked, "What is it? I'm with the railway security team." Standing outside the passage, Ho Yoon spoke directly to him. "You plan to hide among the panicked civilians and kill the soldiers during the first attack. That way, more players would be sent in. Your plan was to disguise yourself as a soldier to avoid suspicion and then kill them, right? You've got a bigger brain than I thought. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Kang Du-shik. Kang Du-shik's brows furrowed. "How do you know my name?" Ho Yoon gave a sinister smile. "Oh, I know you very well, you damn traitor." Confused by Ho Yoon's words, he snarled angrily. "I don't know who the hell you are, but you shouldn't have spouted the word traitor. You must be an A rank, right? I saw your metal manipulation ability. I know you're confident in your skills, but I don't care what your rank is or what position you hold in the militia. Those iron marbles of yours won't do a thing to me." Ho Yoon dismissed his words like a passing breeze, a confident smile never leaving his face. "Yeah, I know that already." A brilliant golden energy like molten lava emanated from his mouth. He was prepared, knowing his opponent's skills and how to counter them. Flashback to the previous life. A horrific scene unfolded across the city. All the citizens were being brutally devoured by tree roots that resembled tentacles. Kang Du-shik stood at the highest point, his voice booming, "Great Emperor, how long will you hide? Are you just going to stand there and watch my man-eating tree devour your people? He was the same man who was now observing Ho Yoon. In that timeline, Ho Yoon was on the ground clutching his chest in pain. Kang Du-shik looked down on him with contempt. You were so full of talk earlier, weren't you? Back in the present, the two were about to engage in a fierce battle. Kang Du-shik was just as confident as in his past life, backed by his flesh-eating roots. I know how confident you are, but no matter how high your rank is, there's always something called a counter. As he spoke, he directed his tentacles toward Ho Yoon. But Ho Yoon just laughed as if he owned the game. I know. You don't have to remind me. He dodged, and the tentacles slammed into the tunnel wall, causing an explosion. Kang Du-shik was baffled. Wasn't he supposed to be a long-range player? In just 3 steps within half a second, Ho Yoon had closed the distance, his iron marbles clashing against the man-eating tentacles. He moved with divine grace, leaping and dodging the attacks. Kang Du-shik, standing still, thought, there's no way those attacks can reach me. Is he an idiot charging in like a madman? Ho Yoon glanced down at his 2 fingers directing the marbles toward Kang Du-shik. But before they could reach him, Kang Du-shik surrounded himself with a cage of tentacles. You fool, go ahead and try to attack me, it's useless, he taunted from inside. Ho Yoon said nothing, simply leaping up and clinging to the outside of the plant cage. He grinned with satisfaction. Nice, a whole pile of firewood to burn. From inside his supposedly safe cage, Kang Du-shik thought, you think getting close will do you any good? You know nothing of my power. This is a man-eating tree. I'll chew your arm off first. In response to his threats, Ho Yoon just gave a cold laugh. He reinforced his hand until it was as hard as steel and offered it to the plant. Kang Du-shik was stunned. What? Why can't it eat his arm? Ho Yoon's mouth began to exhale a blinding golden mist that looked like burning lava. This confused Kang Du-shik even more. Where did he get fire from? Isn't he just a walking piece of metal? How can he have a fire-breathing ability too? Thinking fast, he tried to plead. Hey, big bro, I'm on a mission. If you spare me, I'll give you all the rewards to make it up to you, he thought to himself. My brain works fast. There's no way he can refuse an offer like that. He continued his plea. Big bro, my mission is going great. I'll finish it up quickly, I swear. But there was no fooling Ho Yoon. As he breathed out more fire, he said, Cut the crap. You said the same thing in the past life, you scum. His words left Kang Du-shik gaping in shock. What past life Ho Yoon wasted no more words, unleashing an even more ferocious torrent of flames. Just die already, you bastard. Outside the station, soldiers were slowly entering. We don't know what kind of gate this is, so everyone be careful and stick together. They advanced cautiously, probing the area. This gate was different. Once inside, you couldn't get out until specific conditions were met. As the first soldiers entered, their mouths fell open in shock. What they saw was the giant spider that Ho Yoon had killed. One soldier whispered to another, You idiot, Park Jun-mo, shut your mouth! A voice called out from a nearby shelter. Who's there? The soldiers replied, We're the rescue team sent by the military. The person inside was Man-ho. What rescue team? He asked, confused. Above them, the dual gate on the ceiling continued to grow larger. A soldier asked Man-ho, We don't see any civilians. What happened here? Thanks to a member of the security team, everyone has been evacuated. We're currently following his orders. Lee Min-hyuk immediately assumed, a female soldier. Where is she? Is she hurt? The female soldier is managing the situation in the temporary shelter, the soldier replied. But the one I'm talking about is Lee Hui-guk. Anyway, we are following his orders. Hearing that name, Lee Min-hyuk's face twisted in anger. Behind him, Park Jun-mo curiously asked Man-ho, Is he the one with the buzz cut who sometimes has a sinister smile? Yes, that's him. It seems the platoon leader is Sergeant Lee Hui-guk again. Lee Min-hyuk angrily snapped at Jun-mo. Private Park, Junmo, stay in your place, you lowlife, who doesn't know his station. Junmo looked at him with clear dislike and mumbled an apology. Lee Min-hyuk then asserted his authority. That private... he's just an F-rank soldier, you know. From now on, I will be in command here. I am a C rank. Yun Man-ho was unimpressed. By the way, how did you get in here? There's a restriction for those below level 15. Initially, I was skeptical of his rank, but I was completely convinced by his leadership abilities. And by the way, I'm a C rank too, so why should I take orders from you? You call yourselves a rescue team, but you only just arrived. How do you plan to rescue us? Do you have a plan, or have you found an exit? Lee Min-hyuk stammered awkwardly. Well, from now on, we'll set up a barricade at the narrow entrance and hold out for as long as possible. Before he could finish, Seo-ha ran out frantically. Captain, we have a big problem. He rushed over and grabbed her shoulders. Vice Captain, are you all right? Seo-ha looked at him confused. Second Lieutenant of the 2nd Platoon, what are you doing here? He claimed he was there to rescue her, but she brushed it off. That's not important right now. The civilians have realized this is a dual gate. This is a real problem. Inside, the civilians were arguing heatedly with the soldiers. Get the person in charge over here. You told us we'd get out if we just waited. Why did you hide the fact that this is a dual gate? A soldier tried to explain it was to prevent chaos. But a civilian shot back. How can we believe you? So that security guard was right. You just wanted to use us as human shields to buy time. A female soldier frowned. Are you delusional? Why would you say that? The civilians had heard it from a guard with a scar on his face, who was, of course, Kang Do-shik. He was still engulfed in the smoke and fire, created by Ho-yoon muttering, I prepared so carefully for this mission. It's not fair. This opportunity finally came. It's just not fair. Ho-yoon stood watching him with his iron marbles ready. You talk too much. Just hurry up and die. Until his last breath, Kang Do-shik believed life was unfair to him. Ho-yoon was tired of these long-winded villains. Suddenly, a strange light filled the space, slowly opening a portal to another dimension that looked like a paradise with angels dancing inside. Ho-yoon was being healed by the angels, his health rapidly recovering. A quest window appeared. Hidden quest. Bringer of light. Become the dawn for the entire world. You have thwarted the treachery of a traitor who sought to betray humanity. You have earned the opportunity to become a guardian of humanity. This quest will set you on the path to becoming a light for the world. Do you accept this quest? Ho-yoon replied irritably. Do you even have to ask? Of course not. The two angels by his side were stunned by his choice. The system asked again. Are you sure you want to decline? Please choose carefully. This opportunity will not come a second time. The premise of the Guardian quest was to protect humanity. It was a noble cause, but ultimately they were just another faction. From then on, Ho-yoon's actions would be frequently restricted. Besides, a quest was just a quest, but humans were not so simple. If this power was used incorrectly, a guardian could become a traitor at any moment, just like the sinner of humanity, Gordon Pressey, who was once a guardian himself. Ho-yoon answered with annoyance, How many more times do I have to say it? I refuse. He glanced at the blonde angel on his right, then at the angel on his left, who were both glaring at him. The portal before him slowly closed without another word. Ho-yoon began to search for items in the charred remains. Congratulations. You have obtained the first reward from the lucky event, key to Akasha's Armory number 2. This was the item the traitor Kang Do-shik was trying to obtain at all costs, even if it meant killing innocent people. If this is the main quest's reward, it must be what the traitors need. Ho-yoon tucked it safely into his breast pocket with a sinister grin. If that's the case, then of course I'm keeping it. In this life, I'm going to screw those traitors over big time. Back with Yun Man Ho, he was still trying to reason with the civilians. See, I told you it wasn't me. I'm the only guard here with a scar on his face. Look closely. Are you sure it wasn't him? But the civilians remained defiant. Regardless, you still hid the information about the dual gate from us. There's no guarantee you won't use us as shields. Ho Yun stepped forward, annoyed by the chaos. That bastard Kang Do-shik. He had to cause trouble until the very end. Even Lee Min-hyuk was trying to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. I am the captain of the military rescue team. Please trust and follow our lead. Ho Yun realized that Lieutenant Colonel Kim hadn't abandoned Seoul Station after all. He had sent Lee Min-hyuk at just the right time, but the civilians kept protesting. How can we trust you, a rescue team of only 6 people? Are you kidding me? How do you plan to save us? Ho Yun stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Don't you understand that in the second wave we'll all die?" One civilian retorted, "It's because we can't trust you. That's why we have to do this." Ho Yun glared at him. "If you don't trust us, what other choice do you have?" His words hit their mark, leaving them speechless. Ho Yun continued, "The guards on the railway are risking their lives to fight. Isn't that enough for you to trust us? Is there anyone else here who would risk their life to fight for you?" But Lee Min-hyuk still tried to assert his authority, pointing at Ho Yun. "Lee Hui-guk, you brat, how dare you speak to the civilians like that? And where have you been hiding until now?" Ho Yun replied flatly, "I just stopped the dual gate." Hearing this news, Park Jun-mo's face lit up with joy while the other soldiers looked on with suspicion. Only Lee Min-hyuk remained defiant. "You stopped the dual gate all by yourself. This bastard lies without even blinking." Ho Yun didn't bother arguing with him and instead announced to everyone, "The second wave of monsters is about to begin. I need the civilians to hide as securely as possible. The guards and the platoon leader, please follow me." Immediately, Yun Man Ho shouted clear orders. "You heard him. Everyone use the chairs and tables to block the entrances. Find a good hiding spot." Lee Min-hyuk seethed in helpless rage. "What kind of command style is this? I can't even get a word in. Is this really the Lee Hui-guk I know?" Now Park Jun-mo finally had a moment to speak to him. He approached shyly. "Sergeant Lee Hui-guk, I brought your sword and the vice captain's spell book." Ho Yun let out a sigh and gathered everyone. "I have something to say. The first wave of spider monsters wasn't mentioned in the field manual, but thanks to my armor and the security forces, we managed to stop it. However, we're still missing one monster from the unfortunate event." Yun Man Ho added, "I thought so too. It was definitely hard to beat, but something felt strange. I think since this is the first wave and the unfortunate event is a Type 3 event, it must be divided into stages. In the second wave, monsters using the spider's characteristic venom will likely appear." Standing behind them, Lee Min-hyuk could only grit his teeth in frustration. Not just the vice captain, but the guards too. Why are they all listening to this failure? Ho Yun instructed everyone. "Prepare gas masks first. No matter how large Seoul Station is, if the poison gas spreads, the civilians will inhale it. We must lure the monsters outside at all costs. Now I will explain the operation in detail. When the second wave begins, we must draw their attention and lead them outside. I will take on that role. The rescue team and security will split into groups, lie in wait outside, and attack them from positions that offer cover. Just like before, we just need to bind them and stall for time. Whatever you do, do not get close to them. When I find an advantageous position and manage to remove the spider's armor, focus all your firepower on that spot and take them down. And now for the crucial point to increase our chances of success, the platoon leader and vice captain must command us from a high vantage point. If the platoon leader continuously helps me teleport with his blink ability, I can focus all my mana and stamina on stripping the spider's armor. The vice captain will constantly replenish your mana. With this, I believe we can use blink until the very end of the battle. More importantly, the only person who can detect and handle risks for each group is you, platoon leader. You're an expert in raid tactics, aren't you?" Seeing the praise, Lee Min-hyuk couldn't help but crack a proud smile. Ahem. With this strategy, I believe we can get through the next wave without significant losses. Ho-yoon expressed his sincerity. Then we're counting on you, platoon leader. No rescue team captain. That's right. With the blink ability of Lee Min-hyuk, a level 15 C rank ranker, we can easily complete this operation. A few minutes later, Ho-yoon stood up, a tense look on his face. The second wave is about to begin. Everyone get ready. An unfortunate event is occurring in the area. You can enter, but you cannot leave. Area Entry Level Restriction LV-15. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. A massive, colossal spider monster crashed down. Ho-yoon greeted it with excitement. Come on, come on! Our plan is complete. The system notification flashed again. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. Ho-yoon's proactive stance immediately turned to shock. A boss monster. No, this can't be happening. Before him stood a female spider monster radiating immense power. This was a formidable opponent. Only now did Ho-yoon realize the future had changed. Left with no other choice, he screamed, "Everyone run!" Seeing the boss, both the platoon leader and vice captain's eyes went wide with shock. What in the world is this? We need to assess the situation. From the roof, Captain Min-hyuk ordered, "All units hold your positions. The raid plan remains unchanged. You must lure it away from the civilian area." The monster looked at the corpses of its underlings, let out a furious roar, and lunged toward Ho-yoon. He was still reeling from the boss's appearance. He remembered it was supposed to appear after the second wave. The boss's enraged shriek shook the entire station. The deafening sound made everyone clutch their ears in pain. Ho-yoon began to realize, did the future change because of me? The boss launched a ferocious attack. It relentlessly stabbed at the ground with its giant spider legs, shattering the floor. Ho-yoon nimbly dodged its attacks. He had to act now or everything would be lost. He gathered his strength and unleashed an iron fist at the boss. Mana is continuously decreasing, 72% remaining. The iron fist struck the boss's head, but it had no effect. Warning, Iron Fist has failed. The monster's carapace is stronger than your steel punch. He was stunned. My steel punch is useless against it. The boss gave him no time to recover, swinging a sharp leg at lightning speed to take his life. Fortunately, he managed to use a series of metal-based skills to evade the fatal blow. Ho-yoon clung to a steel pillar as the boss relentlessly attacked, causing the pillar to buckle and fall. He barely managed to jump away in time. He realized his reinforcement and transmutation skills were likely useless against it. Not only did the boss break the pillar, but it also blew away the pillar of strength. This power was beyond his expectations. Facing such an overwhelmingly strong boss, he was out of options. Ho-yoon turned and charged like a whirlwind toward the monster. He knew the chances of success were low, but it was his only option now. He had decided to change tactics and no longer intended to lure it outside. This insane action horrified the vice captain. The platoon leader stared in disbelief and screamed, "Hey, you lunatic! What the hell are you doing? Lure it outside according to the plan." But deep down, Ho-yoon trusted Second Lieutenant Lee Min-hyuk to arrive in time. In his previous life, everyone had been saved thanks to his skill and command experience. Ho-yoon was glad to have a partner like Min-hyuk. He hadn't been bluffing about remembering all the tactics. Back then, Min-hyuk had said that the tactics in the book were never the same as in real combat. He had to memorize them all to use when the time was right. To overcome the limits of his blink skill, he needed detailed calculations to utilize it at precisely the right moment. Every tactic was the result of relentless effort and his own desperate struggle for survival. In the present, platoon leader Min-hyuk still didn't understand Ho-yoon's intentions. He wondered what he was planning. Inside the station, the battle between the boss and Ho-yoon raged on. Mana is continuously decreasing, 45% remaining. Ho Yoon was losing ground. He tried to hold the boss back, hoping that Second Lieutenant Lee Min-hyuk with his profound tactical knowledge would understand his plan. Mana continues to drop, 32% remaining. Using his remaining mana, Ho Yoon constantly dodged, baiting the boss to attack according to his design, causing it to strike and break all the station's pillars. From the outside, Min-hyuk observed Ho Yoon's actions. He was suspicious. He's not just dodging, he's luring the boss to attack every single pillar. But even if he collapses all of them... At that thought, he seemed to realize something. He turned to his vice captain. "I need you to pour as much mana into me as you can." The vice captain asked, confused. "For what?" Min-hyuk replied, "I'm going to create the largest blink I possibly can." Inside, only one final pillar remained standing. Ho Yoon and the boss were heading towards it. As he charged, he prayed, "Please just hold on a little longer, body. Mana is continuously decreasing, 27% remaining." The boss suddenly raised its two massive arms and brought them down in a thunderous blow, shaking the ground and shattering the floor. The force of the strike sent Ho Yoon flying. He was almost buried under the rubble. Fortunately, he regained his balance and leaped onto the pillar. Once stable, he used his last bit of mana to reinforce his body. Warning: body. Reinforcement and transmutation. Exceeding the limit may destroy the user's body. Mana 3%. Just as the reinforcement completed, the boss charged at him like an arrow. Seeing the imminent danger, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as he took the full force of the boss's attack. At the same time, the final pillar was destroyed just as he had planned. With no support pillars left, the entire building began to shake and crack. Ho Yoon, now heavily injured, struggled to get up. He knew the building would collapse soon, and he couldn't let the boss catch him. He decided to go out with a bang. Just then, platoon leader Min-hyuk and the vice captain appeared, both trying to activate Blink. Min-hyuk screamed, "Lee Hui-guk, you crazy bastard, get out of there now! Don't you know you'll get caught in the Blink when I activate it? I can't hold it!" Ho Yoon, badly hurt, whispered, "Vice captain, do it now. If we don't act, we'll all die." Using every ounce of his strength and with the vice captain's support, Min-hyuk began to activate a massive blink aimed at the boss. The blink circle enveloped it, causing it to roar in agony. The boss couldn't take it anymore. It collapsed to the ground, writhing before finally being sucked into the blink portal. Ho Yoon, dragging his wounded body, managed a faint smile. He knew Min-hyuk could do it, and he had done it perfectly. They had succeeded in defeating the boss. The building began to collapse. The platoon leader and vice captain stared at the scene in horror, calling out his name, "Lee Hui-guk, Lee Hui-guk." In a daze, Ho Yoon remembered this scene from his past life. In that operation, they had lost many comrades. Because of this, he had once helplessly wondered if he was truly qualified to be a leader. Second Lieutenant Choi Seo-ha had been the one to fight by his side until the end. She had witnessed his fighting spirit. Hearing him deny himself like that, Seo-ha had gotten furious. She had berated him. "You pathetic fool! Are you going to keep talking so weakly? Who decides who's qualified? Do you still not believe in yourself?" Ashamed, Ho Yoon could only turn away from her words. Back in the present, just as the boss was sucked into the blink portal, Ho Yoon's body also began to be pulled towards it. With his mana at only 3%, he couldn't resist the portal's immense gravitational pull. He whispered, "I'm sorry, everyone." Immediately, his entire body was pulled violently toward the portal. In his subconscious, he heard someone call his name and grab his shirt, pulling him back. It was Second Lieutenant Choi Seo-ha. She said, "Don't carry it all alone. When you feel anxious, look into the eyes of those around you, the ones who trust and follow you." And then Ho Yoon truly did hear someone shouting his name. Lee Hui-guk. It was none other than the platoon leader and vice captain. They were trying to call him back. Thanks to them, he began to regain consciousness, reaching out and tightly gripping the vice captain's hand. She used all her strength to pull him back, while behind her platoon leader Min-hyuk used every last bit of his power to close the blink portal. They succeeded. Ho-yoon was saved just before the blink closed completely. Opening the portal combined with the destruction of all the station's pillars caused the entire building to collapse. Next mission. The boss has appeared. Defeat the boss. Time remaining. 59:21. Outside the station, a soldier was reporting to the company commander. All media outlets are demanding a statement from us regarding the measures being taken in response to the appearance of a boss monster at the station. This gave the company commander a major headache. Nearby, an employee was quietly reporting to the head of the Seoul Strategy Department. If the director and the section chief handle things that way, the head of the Strategy Bureau will just be seen as someone who handles things superficially. Hearing this, she became extremely annoyed. The ones who used to call each other sworn brothers vowing to advance and retreat together are now at each other's throats. She then glanced towards the company commander as if she wanted to say something. Coincidentally, he was looking right at her. The head of the strategy department reluctantly said, "I know, stop staring. I'll call for backup. All right." Without a shred of enthusiasm, she dialed a number. The contact name on the screen read, Lazy Bum. Inside the now ruined station, the three Ho-yoon, the platoon leader, and the vice captain regained their senses after the whirlwind battle with the boss. The first thing the vice captain did after composing herself was to angrily question Ho-yoon. "Were you trying to die?" "Yes, I thought I was going to die here." But the future had changed. Now he couldn't even be sure how useful his knowledge would be or if it had all become useless. His silence in response to her question left the vice captain speechless. Platoon leader Min-hyuk, who had been quiet until now, was actually suppressing his anger. He could no longer hold back. He grabbed Ho-yoon's collar and cursed, "Lee Hui-guk, you son of a bitch! Who the hell do you think you are acting alone like that? If I hadn't been here, we'd all be dead. You hear me? The foundation of tactics is trust in your comrades. Trust that the team members will follow and execute the prearranged plan. That's where every strategy becomes effective. Do you think running around by yourself is good for everyone?" Ho-yoon remembered the question Second Lieutenant Seo-ha had once asked him. "Do you trust your comrades?" "Absolutely not. But sometimes you have to trust those eyes." Ho-yoon calmly replied, "Trust, platoon leader, now is not the time for that. Thanks to you, I now know what to do." Min-hyuk was bewildered, unable to process what was happening. Before he could react, Ho-yoon continued, "The boss will come out and attack everyone, but now I've figured out a way to stop it." This made the platoon leader even angrier. This bastard wants to rush out on his own again. "We have to act tactically now. First of all, even if you have a body of steel, I will use a strategy appropriate for this situation, and this strategy requires everyone to work together." Ho-yoon ignored Min-hyuk's words and shouted, "Now listen carefully. From now on, the key to conquering this boss monster is below." The support team had entered the station. A soldier shouted, "This is Private First Class Park Junmo." Junmo looked up and met Ho-yoon's gaze, realizing he had something to say. Back outside the station, the company commander was being interviewed by a swarm of paparazzi about the battle. A barrage of cameras were pointed at him, and questions were fired relentlessly. "The news of the boss monster's appearance has spread. What are you doing to protect the citizens of Seoul? Please give us a statement from the military. Summarize the rescue situation." Faced with the barrage of questions, the company commander gritted his teeth and replied, "Additional information has just been confirmed. To deal with this unfortunate event, a second rescue team has been deployed." But his answer failed to reassure the public. On the contrary, it only fueled their outrage and criticism. A second rescue team. In a situation with a boss monster. If the soldiers are level 15 or below, you're sending in another low-level rescue team. Is your plan to have low-level soldiers take on a boss monster? Inside the station, the battle had become extremely difficult. The boss had reappeared this time, attacking with even greater ferocity. It destroyed everything in its path. It seemed the previous ambush had sent it into a rage. The boss created a fierce vortex, sweeping up and shattering everything around it. Ho Yun and the others, even from a distance, couldn't withstand its terrifying power. The boss began to increase its rotation speed. A water wall was erected by the rescue team to block it. A soldier shouted, "Defense team, lower the water wall." With the support of the defense team, the massive water wall came crashing down directly onto the boss. But this attack only managed to hold it off for a very short time. Meanwhile, 3 other soldiers continued to use magic to block the boss's path. Seeing this, Ho Yun shouted an order, "Park Junmo, detonate the lightning." Junmo immediately used his hammer to unleash a bolt of lightning at the boss. Struck by the magically amplified lightning, the boss was instantly paralyzed, writhing in agony. Junmo struggled to maintain the attack for as long as possible, hoping to hold the boss back a little longer. But it was clear he was reaching his limit. Seeing this, Ho Yun urged him on anxiously, "Hold on until the ice magic is ready." Noticing the dire situation, a man shouted, "Warning! Everyone be careful!" But it was too late. Everyone was writhing in agony as if something was strangling their necks, making it impossible to breathe. Platoon leader Min Hyuk watched in horror from above. It turned out the boss monster had escaped the rescue team's control and had begun to release a poisonous gas in retaliation. Outside, the company commander was still facing a barrage of criticism. "Your plan is to suppress a boss monster with low-level soldiers. Are you planning a useless sacrifice?" He had no choice but to reply, "This time the second rescue team includes an S-rank player, the Fist King, Han Tae-san." Han Tae-san was the mysterious man from before. He was an S-rank player known as the Fist King, ranked 2nd nationally and 9th internationally. He addressed the injured soldiers, "You've all worked hard. Now that I'm here, leave the rest to me." Seeing Han Tae-san, Ho Yun grew excited. So this is the power of an S-rank player. He's finally shown up. The lazy tiger. Just as the battle reached a critical point, an S-rank player appeared like a savior. For a moment, Ho Yun had thought that because the future had changed, he couldn't fully trust his information and was prepared to give up the reward and wait out the 5 hours. But he never expected Han Tae-san to appear at this exact moment. In his previous life, Han Tae-san was an S-rank player with no level restrictions and could destroy dungeons. Because he appeared at the last minute, the reward from the unfortunate event had turned him into an undefeated warrior when he obtained the item Manan Ma Lear's secret armor. But this time was different. Remembering Han Tae-san's warning from the past life, "I don't like sharing. If you dare interfere, you're dead," made him even more excited. "Thanks, Han Tae-san. Because of you, I don't have to give up the reward anymore. But too bad for you, you're just a guest in this game. I'm the host." Facing the ferocious boss, Han Tae-san didn't flinch. He used his iron tiger fist with both hands, attacking it relentlessly. The more he fought, the more fired up he got. "You think you're the only one who knows how to fight. So do I." When his iron tiger fist collided with the sharp point of the boss's pincer, it created a massive explosion that sent the monster flying into a wall. The blast was so powerful that it affected the soldiers nearby. Han Tae-san was slightly surprised that his punch didn't seem to harm the boss at all, but he remained unfazed. The boss struggled to its feet. Before it could regain its balance, Han Tae-san launched another attack. He grew excited. "You've stimulated my fighting spirit." A fiery punch flew towards the boss. It had no time to defend itself and could only stand there and take the heaven-sent blow. Of course, it wasn't just one punch. Han Tae-san followed up with a continuous barrage of attacks. The intense, thunderous punches rained down, causing the boss to stagger and collapse. Not just the boss, but the surrounding soldiers couldn't keep their footing due to the immense power. In the chaos, Ho Yun struggled to his feet. The vice captain was behind him, tightly gripping his arm. It turned out she was transferring mana to him because she had seen him fighting non-stop and noticed he was in bad shape. When Ho-Yoon tried to pull his arm away, she anxiously advised him, "Healing is more important right now." Ho-Yoon tried to give a reassuring smile. "It's okay, don't worry. I don't need to use this body." With that, he pulled his arm free and walked toward the boss. Seeing his crazy actions, the platoon leader called out, "What trick are you trying to pull now?" Meanwhile, Han Tae-san was still fighting enthusiastically, landing hundreds of relentless punches on the boss. It was beginning to weaken. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the boss's chest. Han Tae-san watched with suspicion as its chest then exploded. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a steel punch, to annihilate the boss once and for all. Steel Punch, D-rank skill. Effect consumes 2 mana to crush metal. Mana consumption depends on the amount of metal targeted. Mana 13%. But before he could strike, Ho-Yoon's sudden appearance interrupted him. Annoyed, Han Tae-san glared at him. "Who are you? You want to die. I told you not to interfere," Ho-Yoon replied calmly. "Even for an S-ranker, don't you think what you're saying is a bit shameless?" Han Tae-san's face darkened as he stared back. "What did you say?" "What about me?" Ho-Yoon continued. "You're the one who interfered in our raid at this station." Hearing this, Han Tae-san was furious. "Without me, could you have caught it, or would you have died to it? What the hell is this, nobody?" Before he could finish, Ho-Yoon had already directed his weapon toward the boss. Blindsided by having his kill stolen, Han Tae-san flew into a rage and dashed forward, trying to outpace Ho-Yoon's sword. Seeing this, Ho-Yoon immediately increased the sword's speed, saying, "We were the ones who risked our lives to hold out until now. You just jumped in at the last minute and acted like a hero. No way I'm letting you take this." Soon, Han Tae-san's speed almost caught up to the sword. He tried to accelerate to overtake it. At the moment, both the sword and Han Tae-san were rushing towards the boss like lightning. Ho-Yoon poured more mana into it one last time. Finally, the sword pierced the boss just before Han Tae-san did. Taking 2 attacks at once, the boss naturally couldn't hold on. It roared in pain, and then its entire body exploded into pieces, leaving not a single scrap of armor behind. The explosion was so powerful it blew everything nearby away. The great boss had been defeated. The restriction has been lifted from the area. The media immediately began reporting the news. After the appearance of Fist King Han Tae-san, the boss was defeated in less than 5 minutes. Mission complete. The event dome will disappear after a loud explosion. Only now could they see the horrific state of Seoul Station. The situation is too dire, so we cannot guarantee the safety of the citizens. After the dome disappeared, the survivors began to flee the station one by one. Those with relatives who had been trapped inside for hours were extremely worried, eager to go inside and find their loved ones, but they were all held back. Outside, a girl, after seeing her mother emerge safely, rushed to hug her anxiously, checking if she was okay and uninjured. Fortunately, the mother and daughter were reunited. The mother hugged her daughter tightly, comforting her. "You must have been so scared. I'm okay. I'm sorry for making you worry." The girl sobbed on her mother's shoulder, holding her tightly, unwilling to let go. The news was now reporting on the incident. The news anchor announced loudly, "A miracle has happened. All citizens at the station have survived. I repeat, a miracle has happened. All citizens at the station have survived." System notification. You have defeated the boss monster, the Poison Spider Queen. Congratulations on surviving the unfortunate event. A lucky reward will be given to those who overcame the disaster. Your rank and reward will be determined by your contribution during the event. Reading the notification only made Han Tae-san more bitter. He was ranked second and only received a lucky reward for assisting in defeating the boss. That's right. Ho-Yoon's sword had been faster. It had struck the boss first. A mysterious energy had flowed into the cloud sword. Contribution 24%, rank first. Congratulations. You have received the lucky reward for defeating the boss monster. The one who got it was none other than our Ho-Yoon. The reward was a necklace. He held it in his hand. Manon Malir's secret necklace, heroic grade. Attribute can be leveled up through combat. When combined with mana, it creates a thin layer of armor. It also makes the secret armor easy to carry and store. Special feature subspace allows for item storage. Clutching the necklace, Ho-Yoon was extremely satisfied. He had finally protected Seoul Station and gotten what he wanted. Behind him, Han Tae-san's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He growled, "Hey, you bastard! Explain yourself." Ho-Yoon, only now remembering him, immediately swallowed the necklace and turned to face him.
"What's yours? We were the ones who stopped the boss in the second wave. You should be grateful you even got second place for just jumping in at the end. Do whatever you want, the truth won't change." Han Tae-san was still not resigned. He insisted, "Do I need to explain the system to you again? Killing the boss accounts for 70% of the event reward, which means no matter what you guys did, before my contribution is still greater. And what about morals? I was in a 6-month closed-door training session and had to come deal with this mess, so at the very least I need a heroic grade item to make up for it." He growled again. "Hey, you bastard! Explain yourself. Where's my reward?" Ho-Yoon looked back at him. "What's yours? We were the ones who stopped the boss in the second wave. You should be grateful you even got second place for just jumping in at the end. Do whatever you want, the truth won't change." Still not giving up, Han Tae-san persisted. "Do I need to explain the system to you again? Killing the boss is 70% of the event reward. That means my contribution is still greater than whatever you guys did before. Now I'll ask you again, how are you going to compensate me?" At this point, Han Tae-san was starting to lose his temper. Ho-Yoon scoffed. "Are you kidding me? You dare talk to me about time and compensation? You had to re-enlist just to do this kind of menial labor, right?" Seeing that Ho-Yoon had no intention of compensating him, Han Tae-san truly lost it. He began to gather his power, intending to fight Ho-Yoon to a pulp. Ho-Yoon remained calm. "Hey, Han Tae-san, stay right there. You can babble about your independent training or contributions all you want, because if I were to be properly compensated for the time I spent fighting, no reward would be enough." The more he remembered what he had been through, the more the hidden power within him boiled. Han Tae-san's eyes blazed with fire as he stared at Ho-Yoon, and then he immediately lunged forward to attack. Just as Han Tae-san's steel fist was about to hit him, a voice called his name. The head of the strategy department and the company commander were rushing over. "Han Tae-san, what the hell are you doing?" Thanks to them, he managed to stop his attack at the last second. Ho-Yoon was also surprised by the timely arrival of these two high-ranking officials. One was Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-sok, the Mountain King of Namsan, a B-rank player ranked 166th in Korea. Seeing the awkward situation, he asked with suspicion, "The gate is closed. What are you doing?" Ho-Yoon gave a cunning smile, laughing to himself. Their timing is perfect. He quickly grabbed Han Tae-san's arm, feigning a handshake. "Oh my, well done. You were amazing, you tiger, Mr. Han. It's an honor to meet you." Han Tae-san was left dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Ignoring him, Ho-Yoon turned and walked away quickly, passing the department head as if she were invisible. He approached the company commander. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-sok asked with concern, "Sergeant Lee Hui-guk, are you okay?" Ho-Yoon saluted and replied, "Sir, I am Sergeant Lee Hui-guk. I'm fine." Being ignored, Han Tae-san screamed in frustration, "Hey, get back here!" Yu Henna, hearing his deafening yell, reminded him helplessly, "Stop it right now. I don't know what's going on, but listen carefully. The whole country is watching." Yu Henna, the second daughter of the president of Korea's largest guild, was an A-rank player. At that moment, helicopters filled the sky, filming the scene after the battle, broadcasting it live on all media channels. Yu Henna whispered,
If you cause a scene here, it will be very difficult to handle the aftermath. You understand, right? Even for the Blue Flower Guild. Han Tae-san was furious but could do nothing. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Make way, the Major General is coming!" A transport gate opened and the Major General appeared on the scene. He was Choi Jung-cheon, ranked 3rd in the military's AMT Brigade, 31st in Korea, an A-rank player who passed through heavy, wide-area magic screening. He had single-handedly taken down an entire armed force, becoming a strategic weapon. Upon arriving, he was quite surprised to see the Fist King still there. The three Han Tae-san, the Major General, and Yu Henna stared at each other. The Major General pretended to ask, "Oh, even the daughter of the Blue Flower Guild's president is here. Is there a problem?" Yu Henna reluctantly replied, "Come on, Major General. What could possibly happen? The gate is already closed." Hearing this, he gave a cunning smile. "Of course. If it's the Blue Flower Guild, then there's obviously no problem, right?" Yu Henna looked at him with irritation. Seeing his superior, the company commander saluted sharply. "Sir." Meanwhile, Yu Henna continued to question Han Tae-san. "Why did the station end up like this? I thought the condition was for you to resolve the gate and prevent the second wave without causing any damage. You should have been able to handle a gate of this size without any issues." He impatiently waved his hand. "Whatever. I didn't destroy the station or get first place in the raid's contribution." Yu Henna was shocked. "What do you mean you didn't get first place?" Ignoring her question, Han Tae-san turned and said indifferently, "Anyway, I've fulfilled all your conditions, so you'd better keep your promise." With that, he stomped the ground and flew off. Watching his retreating back, Yu Henna still couldn't believe it. An S-ranker. The great Han Tae-san didn't get first place in a regular level 15 event? Then who did? She looked suspiciously at the three military men in the distance and happened to overhear the company commander's words. "His military record indicates he can control 300 greens, but the recent report shows he can handle much more." Yu Henna immediately understood. So it was him. Meanwhile, the Major General was still asking about Ho Yoon. "Unless the report is wrong, are you really just an F rank?" Hearing this, Yu Henna was utterly shocked. She couldn't believe the person who got first place was just an F rank. The Major General seemed very interested in this incident. He smiled and said, "How interesting. I'd like to hear the details while we take a walk." Just hearing the gist of it was enough to make Yu Henna's head ache. She couldn't process what was happening. Only Ho Yoon was left to walk with the Major General. Walking beside the high-ranking officer, he reminded himself to be on high alert. Major General Choi Jung-cheon was not a man to be trifled with. His power had earned him the title of a strategic-level nuclear weapon, but he was also incredibly intelligent. He was the person the necromancer was most wary of and had attempted countless assassinations against. Seeing Ho Yoon's silence, the Major General spoke up. "Sergeant Lee, would you mind reporting what just happened to me?" Ho Yoon abruptly stopped. He carefully considered. "He's trying to probe my unusual actions which contradict my ability profile." After some calculation, he calmly replied, "Not long ago, when I caught my second elite monster, my ability suddenly grew stronger, accompanied by a notification about the rise of a dungeon. Instead of 300 gilgis, as the Lieutenant Colonel mentioned, I can control approximately 17 kilgis, and have acquired a few more skills." The Major General pondered this. "You said achievement. The achievement system is very irregular, like quests. No one is supposed to know that an F-ranker can develop further." It seemed he had thought it through. He smiled and said, "All right, let's just say it was thanks to an achievement. You must have been lucky." Hearing the word lucky, Ho Yoon felt a bit annoyed, but this was good. It had cleared any suspicion. Just when he thought it was over, the Major General suddenly asked, "Then I can't keep calling you an F rank anymore. Your actual combat ability is at least C rank or higher." This was nothing short of a probe which flustered Ho Yoon, slightly unsure how to respond. Not stopping there, he generously praised him. "You did a wonderful job. There will surely be a worthy reward. Is there any item you want magic or something I'll provide it for you? This helped Ho-yoon escape the awkward situation. He breathed a sigh of relief and then gave a cunning smile. Actually, there is a weapon I want, but I'm not sure if a major general like you can easily give it to me. The major general was quite surprised by his answer. He wanted to know what weapon it was that he couldn't get. Ho-yoon didn't hesitate. It's one of your precious items, a heroic grade item. He was not just a little surprised to hear the item's name, but the surprise lasted only a moment, followed by a burst of laughter. The major general clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Is your courage made of steel too? He then playfully punched Ho-yoon in the chest and humorously refused. Nice try. Talk to me again when you have more stripes, Sergeant Lee. He didn't forget to add, You've been specially promoted. Ho-yoon replied sternly, Thank you, sir. The major general turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a final comment. What an enthusiastic young man. Watching his back, Ho-yoon couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. He changed the subject so quickly. Anyway, it's a relief. I can hide for a little longer. A few days later, at the 3rd Secret Brigade 1st Battalion, Ho-yoon had finished his leave and returned to military service. System notification. Absorbing Manon Malier's secret armor. Efficiency in the living furnace 150%. Metal absorption will be complete in 16 hours, 19 minutes, and 59 seconds. Looking at the long time, Ho-yoon thought, This is taking forever. Heroic grade items must be very difficult to absorb. While he was resting and waiting for the absorption, Private Junmo rushed over. Sergeant Lee Hui-guk, aren't you going to train? Private Choi Min also came. He looked very eager. Please teach us something other than self-training. Ho-yoon, annoyed, lifted his shirt to show his bandaged abdomen and said casually, Hey, can't you see I'm recovering? Even so, they wouldn't leave him alone. They all looked at him with hopeful eyes. Sergeant Lee, you just need to train in front of us. We'll follow you closely. Looking at his comrades, Ho-yoon couldn't help but feel happy. He thought, whatever it is, I gained something from this series of events. The effort, the progress of my brothers, my comrades who always fought alongside me. He learned to trust them. Just then, the door suddenly opened. A comrade entered the room, looked at Ho-yoon, and saluted sharply. Private An Min-jae, I have received orders to return from the Military General Hospital to support the squad. Awaiting orders, sir. Seeing that An Min-jae had returned, Ho-yoon jumped up, walked straight to him, and abruptly hugged him tightly. Thank you, he said. After this incident, Ho-yoon realized there were things more important than himself. When Min-jae appeared, he couldn't contain his joy and gratitude that his comrade had returned safely. While Min-jae was still bewildered, Ho-yoon simply said, What else, you punk? You made it back just in time for training. The phenomenon of multiple gates opening in the same area is also known as a wave attack. In the near future, a wave would sweep through Seoul, turning the city into a living hell. And only one person knew the future, none other than Lee Hui-guk. Ho-yoon feared whether he could stop this wave alone. Could everyone survive? Looking at the comrades who had always stood by his side through life and death, Ho-yoon realized he couldn't do it alone. He needed everyone's help. They, the ones who fought alongside him, had to become stronger too. With that thought, he immediately took his brothers to train. Only then could he save them. After being led to the training center, Junmo worriedly tried to stop him. Sergeant Lee, rankers of C rank and below are not allowed to use the training center. People like us can't train here. Ignoring his words, Ho-yoon calmly put him in a headlock. You want to try some real training, huh? Junmo yelped in protest. Why do we have to start like this, seeing his weakness? Ho-yoon angrily pushed him to the ground. You survived the unfortunate event. Yet you're so timid now. Besides you, everyone else got a rank up this time, didn't they? The other comrades also showed fear. Junmo sat on the ground, dejected. We only had to provide support back then,
but now we have to do it ourselves. Seeing everyone's worries, Ho-yoon said, "In that case, I will support you." Hearing this, Junmo's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly stood up, ready for training. The gate to the training center opened. Before even stepping inside, Junmo and his brothers could feel the terrifyingly cold atmosphere within. Everyone shivered. After just a few steps into the gate, the whole group started to hesitate, not daring to advance. Ho-yoon, standing behind them, kept urging them on. "What are you doing? Hurry up and charge in." He smiled as if he had a plan. Immediately after, he jumped back outside, leaving his comrades alone inside as the gate slammed shut. They all screamed in terror, calling his name. "Lee Hui-guk, save us!" Ignoring their pathetic cries, Ho-yoon was pleased. The attribute training has begun. Inside the military supermarket after the recent battle, Hui-guk's fame seemed to have skyrocketed. A few female soldiers were chattering about him while eating. "There's that sergeant, the F rank who carried the team during the unfortunate event lockdown. Really? I thought he'd be more muscular, but I guess not." Being mentioned so often must have made Ho-yoon's ears itch. Being famous is also a pain. Meanwhile, Second Lieutenant Seo-ha was assigning 2 subordinates the task of buying enough food for the entire unit. Seeing Ho-yoon loitering in the cafeteria, she reminded him, "Lee Hui-guk, isn't it time for your personal training?" Ho-yoon reported that he came to the PX to buy energy supplements for his subordinates who were training. Even while reporting, he was glared at by Oh Sang-guk, who was passing by. He really wants to cause trouble. The short-haired girl also gave him a strange look. Seo-ha continued to ask, "I heard you received the Dungeon Rampage achievement." Ho-yoon nodded in reply. "Yes." But she didn't stop there, deliberately saying, "The report on your unusual achievement is convincing, but I think you're still hiding something." Ho-yoon remained calm, feigning ignorance. "What am I hiding?" Not one to give up, Seo-ha listed the unusual things she had noticed. "Sometimes you act very strangely, as if you already know everything. It's like you have information that we don't." Ho-yoon's mind was in turmoil. Does she know something? But on the outside, he acted as if he didn't understand. Fortunately, at that moment, Oh Sang-guk and Kim Se-hee suddenly started arguing about something. The sound of a PA announcement caught everyone's attention. "From the management office, Sergeant Lee Hui-guk. I repeat. Sergeant Lee Hui-guk, please report to the battalion commander's office immediately." The battalion commander had summoned him. The announcement ended. Seo-ha was disappointed. Damn, what timing. Before letting him go, she didn't forget to warn him. "Remember, I don't know what your goal is, but I'll be watching you. Go." As soon as he left, the PX Ho-yoon breathed a sigh of relief. He decided he had to avoid that stubborn Seo-ha for a while. On his way to the battalion commander's office, he wondered why he had been called. He remembered the promotion ceremony was still a few days away. Standing outside the office door, Ho-yoon heard voices from within. "Try what if you send them there, your men will die." Ho-yoon reached out and knocked. Someone from inside said, "Come in." As he entered, Ho-yoon saluted his superiors. The battalion commander was not alone. The major general was also there. It seemed they were dealing with a difficult problem. Seeing Ho-yoon, he was quite welcoming. The battalion commander was about to say something, but was stopped by the major general, who wanted to speak to Ho-yoon himself. A few days ago, a red gate opened in Silim. The major general began to recount the tense battle situation there. Many soldiers fought and were injured. Afterward, most of them lost consciousness and went insane, killing each other. Despite the mages' pleas, it was useless. They even turned on the mages and chased them. The mage was helpless, as they had all gone mad. While fleeing in panic, the mage was caught and tortured to death by the insane mob. Because they killed each other, the Blue Flower Guild's 3rd raid team was annihilated yesterday at the Level 3 Chaos Gate. Hundreds of corpses lay scattered after 3 failed raids. One organization seems to lack the capacity, so two or more organizations will need to join forces for a counterattack. Listening to the Major General's story, Ho-yoon tried to recall his past life, but he couldn't remember anything like this happening. The Major General continued, "Entry is restricted to level 1 and above with a maximum of 30 people. I've been told this is a zombie dungeon. You have to succeed in the raid to get out." Ho-yoon began to remember something. He was shocked. Could it be the commander of the corpse army? The necromancer? That arrogant Blue Flower Guild sacrificed so many promising rookies and still failed the raid. Dungeon raiding is a guild matter, so our army doesn't need to interfere. The Major General looked at Ho-yoon with a trusting gaze. "I knew it." He had spoken his mind. "I think you're the right person for the job." The battalion commander seemed to want to say something, but was again stopped by the Major General. He looked extremely reluctant, but still turned to ask Ho-yoon, "Sergeant Lee, can you do it?" Ho-yoon wasn't sure about this situation, as it hadn't happened in his past life. Moreover, if it involved zombies, it might be related to the necromancer. Therefore, he wanted to participate. He immediately replied decisively, "I'll try." The Major General was very pleased with his answer. "I knew this kid had spirit." Although he accepted the mission, Ho-yoon knew his own limits. He knew he couldn't handle a red gate with his current weapons, so he boldly requested the weapon he had mentioned to the Major General before the fail-not bow. He said if he had it, he would surely succeed in the raid. Fail not the bow of Tristan from the Legends of King Arthur with incredible accuracy and steel-resistant effects. It's a weapon that is difficult to obtain and has only been used once. Therefore, even in the hands of the Major General, it's a precious and rarely used weapon. But Ho-yoon believed that in his hands it would be a different story. The Major General was surprised by his request. Very quickly he agreed, but on the condition that if he failed, Ho-yoon would have to take full responsibility himself. Faced with a cunning and dangerous boss mission, Hui-guk suddenly shouted, "I'll try, sir," to the officer's astonishment, but not to the Major General's surprise. The Major General, with a smug expression, said, "I knew this kid had spirit." However, faced with the challenging tasks set by the Major General, Hui-guk didn't forget to remind him, "Major General, the fail-not bow I mentioned before. If you give it to me, I will definitely succeed in the raid." The Major General's expression suddenly changed. He was extremely surprised by Hui-guk's proposal. "Suppose you fail, you will have to take full responsibility yourself." The Major General thought if he succeeds, it will prove the monster countermeasure team's capabilities and bring victory in the power struggle with the Blue Flower Guild. Even if he loses, it's not necessarily the army's failure, as he's only participating to support the Blue Flower Guild. No matter what Captain Jung Cheon benefits. Therefore, he immediately agreed to give fail not to Hui-guk and promised to promote him to sergeant. However, having experienced dangers before, Hui-guk knew the cunning of old Jung Cheon and boldly made a suggestion. "Major General, last time you promised me fail not as a reward. If I succeed this time, I want another reward." Knowing the situation well, the old fox Jung Cheon, certain this mission was impossible, shouted at Hui-guk, "As long as you succeed, I promise to give you what you want." Having achieved his goal, Hui-guk was excited and accepted the mission to enter the dungeon raid. With a confident and determined look, he entered the dungeon with a sinister smile. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Hui-guk shouted orders to the support team, "We will conduct the first solo raid." 2 days later, the dungeon raid team began to move to the raid area. Captain Hui-guk started distributing fail not and carefully instructing the members. Junmo suddenly asked Hui-guk if he brought it. Hui-guk replied with a dangerous look, "Don't worry, everything is prepared." They stopped at the Red Gate in Silimdong, the Blue Flower Guild's camp, to begin the operation. Lee Hui-guk handed over the formation to Private Junmo, his close comrade, to hold a strategy meeting with the army. While preparing their gear, An Min-jae and his comrades looked towards the Blue Flower Guild's soldiers.
The Blue Flower Guild soldiers started whispering about the monster countermeasure team's appearance, afraid they would discover the recovery mission that no one had informed Huiguk about. Afraid the secret would be revealed, An immediately shouted and stopped the other guy from talking. However, unfortunately, Huiguk, while moving, overheard the entire conversation of the Blue Flower Guild soldiers. With determination to win this boss raid, the captain of the Blue Flower Guild had laid out a very methodical plan. After entering the gate, they would separate from the monster countermeasure team and conduct a direct raid, a quick and decisive battle, regardless of the lives of Huiguk and his comrades. Huiguk entered the meeting room. He was surprised that only Catherine, the commander of the Blue Flower Guild, was in the room. Surprised by her appearance, Huiguk asked about the pre-operation meeting information. Catherine approached with a serious expression. She questioned why Huiguk had refused the invitation to join the Blue Flower Guild. Huiguk thanked her for the invitation but said he didn't want to join her. Catherine requested that in this raid, the monster countermeasure team only needed to provide support. When you enter the dungeon gate, don't act rashly and interfere with the Blue Flower Guild's work. Huiguk understood why Blue Flower accepted low-level soldiers as support. However, with the will and strength of an F-rank soldier, would Huiguk allow that to happen? Faced with Blue Flower's unreasonable demands, Huiguk immediately rejected them. Our team has equal rights as the Blue Flower Guild. Catherine scoffed and questioned the abilities of the monster countermeasure team's soldiers. Are you afraid we'll win? Catherine laughed and repeated her initial offer. Faced with Huiguk's confidence, Catherine didn't believe he would continue to be as lucky as in the battle at the station. Huiguk glared and affirmed that was ability, not luck. Catherine smirked, turned towards the door, and prepared to leave. Based on Catherine's actions and the discussion of the Blue Flower Guild soldiers, Huiguk pieced things together and noticed a loophole he hadn't known about. Acting swiftly, Huiguk called out seriously to Department Head Yu, then interrupted her. Do you want to make a bet with me? If we catch the boss before Blue Flower, you'll have to give me what I want. Catherine immediately retorted, and what if you hand over your life to me? The bet between Huiguk and Catherine was officially set. Both sides were confident that victory belonged to their team. The Blue Flower Guild and the Monster Countermeasure team were ready to enter the dungeon to raid the boss. Blue Flower entered. 3 minutes later, the Monster Countermeasure raid team was ready to fight. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Huiguk felt a poisonous gas enveloping him. He suddenly realized the Blue Flower soldiers had gone mad and were tearing each other apart. They had now become true zombies with their eyes rolled back, mouths full of blood, and biting their comrades. Understanding the dangerous situation, Huiguk ordered his team to move to the left to raid the boss. Hearing the noise, the boss suddenly moved its head towards Huiguk's team. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately ordered the AMT raid team to fire. Faced with the danger of the boss, will Huiguk and his comrades be able to overcome the first trial of the zombie dungeon? Let's continue to follow this challenging dungeon raid journey. Seeing the danger of a frontal raid, Huiguk ordered his comrades to move slowly to the left flank using sound to distract and easily defeat the boss. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Monster King Zombie has appeared. Everyone in the Monster Countermeasure team was terrified. The boss immediately attacked, extending its assassinating arm towards the Monster Countermeasure team. Huiguk, with intense focus, ordered the entire team to open fire, aiming for the boss's head. But life is not like a dream. The boss was surrounded by a magic shield that protected it from enemy attacks and enhanced its power. In this urgent situation, Huiguk ordered Choi Tae-wong to aim straight for the boss's eye socket and fire with the goal of distracting the boss with noise. Before raiding the dungeon, Huiguk and his team had a period of training. Although he knew that modern guns were useless against monsters and couldn't cause damage, Huiguk knew that even with holy bullets, they would only be like rubber bullets to the monsters. But with Huiguk's cunning and superior observation skills, he wanted the team to use rifles in this raid to disorient the zombies. These zombies have poor senses but are quite sharp of hearing, So shooting is not to cause damage, but mainly to disorient them so we can easily aim at the target. Then they won't be aware of us. However, if this time the zombies have other senses, the possibility of Hui-guk and his team failing is very high. They will all become zombies, and it will become a living hell. Continuing the fight with the boss, Choi Tae-woong aimed straight at the target. Counting to 3, he aimed his gun and fired. The boss, hearing the noise from the left, turned its head and extended its 8 arms towards its prey. Hui-guk ordered An Min-jae to throw 2 heavy grenades in front of the boss. The boss, unable to defend in time, fell before the 2 grenades from Hui-guk's team. A loud roar echoed in the dungeon. The boss writhed a part of its body, turning into black smoke and floating towards the mountain. However, the fight was not over. All the soldiers of the Blue Flower Guild had turned into zombies and suddenly attacked the soldiers of Hui-guk's team. Anticipating this situation, Hui-guk ordered Minji Sungmo and Kyungjin to reload. Using the power of Fail Not, he controlled 4 of his comrades' guns at once, aiming straight at the Blue Flower group. 3, 2, 1, fire! Hui-guk unleashed a volley from the side surrounding all the zombies. A quick and decisive battle to finish off the zombies. Hui-guk threw a smoke grenade, breaking the zombies' encirclement. The boss, feeling the tense situation, shouted loudly and retreated towards the distant mountain range. Thus, the AMT team's goal of eliminating the boss was initially successful. The whole team breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the crisis had moved elsewhere. However, Hui-guk still felt something was not right in this dungeon raid. He and his comrades had infiltrated as planned, but there weren't as many zombies as he thought. All the zombies were the transformed people of the Blue Flower Guild. In addition, the name of the zombie king on the notification window was distorted. He felt something was wrong, but rallied his comrades' spirits to proceed to the next area of the dungeon. Just as Hui-guk predicted, the boss at the gate was just a game. Inside this dungeon, surprises were still waiting for him. Hui-guk's team advanced deeper into the dungeon, but strangely there was nothing inside. Near the dungeon, there were no facilities, no zombies. Everything was like a deserted field. Hui-guk had raided countless dungeons, big and small, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange place. Suddenly, Hui-guk felt a strange aura 20 meters away. There was a strange object moving. He quickly turned around and approached the suspicious area, pointing his gun at the moving person. Surprisingly, it was a soldier of the Blue Flower Guild, Kim Tae-shik. He wondered if this was the boss's human form. Back in the Blue Flower Guild's command room, Catherine was shocked because Chairman Guang had just sent a secret letter to all the major guilds. Chairman Guang's grandson, Guang Dong-hoon, had failed in the first raid along with the Spear of Eiler, which was considered a symbol of the corporation. Therefore, in the secret letter, he offered a reward to any player who recovered his grandson's body, and the heroic grade item, the Spear of Eiler, in the second raid. The reward was 80 billion won, as well as huge sponsorship from the representative of the Blue Flower Guild for that player's guild. Hui-guk gradually understood the situation. This was why Catherine was so careful. The Blue Flower Guild and AMT had been rivals before. Hui-guk observed his surroundings and noticed An Min-jae's unusual behavior. Could he be in danger from the previous attack? The game was just officially beginning. The real boss had officially appeared. The real boss, observing from a distance, resurrected its zombie minions from 10 to 20, then 50 to 120 attacking Hui-guk's team. How would Hui-guk and his comrades deal with them? Hui-guk also understood the real mission of this dungeon raid. Chairman Guang's grandson, Guang Dong-hoon, had been defeated in the first raid along with the Spear of Eiler. The mission of the Blue Flower Guild soldiers in this raid was to recover the chairman's grandson's body and the heroic grade item, the Spear of Eiler. Hui-guk also understood why Catherine was so careful. The Blue Flower Guild and the Monster Countermeasure team had been rivals before. However, this was a combined raid, so Catherine certainly couldn't let Hui-guk's team win. But now the battle had officially begun. The boss had just appeared and resurrected a series of 120 zombie guards, all attacking Huiguk's team. Would he and his comrades bring glory to old man Jung Cheon? Rallying his spirits, he ordered the entire team to concentrate and follow Plan C. An Min-jae and Choi Min-ji prepared the iron beads. The iron beads had been meticulously prepared by the AMT team, filling 2 backpacks. The remaining members of the team began to drink Mana Star and Defense Star potions to increase their combat power. During this time, the soldiers of the AMT team had to run as fast as possible towards the dungeon gate to lure the zombies away. Mana Star magic effect lasts for 5 minutes. Defense Star strength effect lasts for 6 minutes. Huiguk needed Junmo to perform a special task, so he carefully instructed him. The plan began. Kim Tae-shik panicked, not knowing what his future would be. He grabbed Huiguk to beg for help. In a hurry, Huiguk told him to just follow his team closely if he didn't want to be turned into a zombie. The zombie army finally reached Huiguk's position. Everything was ready. Huiguk used the power of Fail Not to control the iron beads. After giving orders to the AMT soldiers, Huiguk rushed towards the zombies. The iron beads hit the zombies, causing extreme damage. They hit the heads, chests, and abdomens of the zombies. It seemed like a move to sacrifice a comrade, but in reality it was a brilliant plan that Huiguk had calculated from the beginning. Huiguk gathered his power and used Steel Punch on the zombies. Each iron bead contained a holy power. When Huiguk used Steel Punch, the iron beads would inherit a part of the energy and attack the opponent, causing extreme damage. However, would the noise from the Steel Punch affect the zombies in the distance? A thunderous noise echoed from behind the mountain. The fake boss at the entrance and the zombies of the Blue Flower Guild were immediately attracted. They turned their heads and quickly moved towards Huiguk. The zombies were defeated, but suddenly Huiguk caught the scent of a different kind of metal on another level. It was the breath of a human. A human in this dungeon. This person felt very familiar, as if he had met them somewhere before. In a moment of carelessness, the surviving zombies took the opportunity to attack Huiguk. However, with the main character's aura, Huiguk once again used Fail Not's power to counterattack. The zombies were herded into one place by his innate power. Huiguk controlled the fragments of the iron beads to aim straight at the zombies, combining Iron Rain and Freefall to attack the remaining zombies, a move that even the boss could not have anticipated. A critical hit struck the zombies, causing a huge explosion. These were the things Huiguk had outlined in his plan. The zombies from the city gate heard the loud explosion and increased their speed. However, was there something unusual? 70% of Huiguk's plan was almost complete. This was a diversionary tactic to lure the zombies away from him. From the beginning, he was not the bait. Huiguk's goal in Plan C was to raid the dungeon boss. The boss never expected such a perfect strategy had been calculated by Huiguk. Every move of the zombies he had in his grasp. However, there was one thing Huiguk never expected: to meet an old acquaintance again. A warning about the potion's effect sounded. Huiguk had only 2 minutes and 58 seconds left to complete the mission. He had to seize the opportunity. The boss could no longer sit still. He wanted to taste Huiguk's blood on the spear of Aylar. Huiguk would be in his grasp. Faced with the boss's power and brutality, Huiguk now only wanted to ask him one thing: was he the necromancer? The necromancer thought no one knew his identity. The boss was now shocked by Huiguk's determined gaze. Who really is Huiguk?